Welcome to the EPL World Series Southeast Asia season number 12. We have Yangon Galacticos and Interactive Philippines playing at it in the second day of the tournament, the first best of three of the day. YG played yesterday against Team Ivory and they actually came up with the win. It took the full 3 games, it went the full distance, but YG were the winners. And they have a bit of a roster change. They have B-Rabbit playing in place of Zoran. I'm not sure where Zoran has gone, but B-Rabbit had a pretty good game number 1 and game number 3 yesterday. Game number 2 was a bit of a struggle, but I think B-Rabbit is, at least from the series that I saw, a pretty phenomenal off-lane player, particularly on heroes like his Brewmaster. Interactive Philippines, though, they also played yesterday, and I do believe they also came up with the win. So this is going to be 2 teams that both had a series win yesterday. We'll also have Ivory and Essence playing, so we'll also have the 2 teams that lost yesterday actually going at it against each other. So it's an interesting contrast. We will truly see how far Eris has come up with his team, or rather, how much he's been able to pick up his team, because Eris is honestly the most experienced player in this entire lobby. He has been, well, to be fair, he went to TI this year, or last year, but that honestly makes him the most experienced player in one of the most experienced players in general, having to play against top tier teams such as Falcons, Yakult Brothers, Gamer Legion. Eris has seen it all, and now let's see whether or not he can, inspire some of that fire within Jed, Barlow, Lewis, and players that we have seen time and time again, but yet to break into some of the big stages. Barlow is a phenomenal support. Jed, he was with Ivory previously and was, quite honestly, a really phenomenal carry with some, the farming capacity, you see the gyrocopter being picked up by Interactive Philippines. This is what Jed likes to play. This is what Jed is successful with. And no doubt he will be able to come up with the farm. Interactive Philippines actually go for a pretty tempo-based draft. They want to brute force their way through a team like Yangon Galacticos. It's going to be very difficult, but maybe they can get it done. They did pick up the mid lane Slardar yesterday, and they were pretty successful with it. Is it going to happen for them against YG? That's honestly, I can't really tell, because YG themselves are a team that want to play incredibly swift. They want to play quick. They don't waste any time. And so IAP are attempting to do to YG what YG have done to countless others. And I'm not so sure if that's going to work out too well. We'll have to see in the game. Largo is picked up by YG. I'm not sure if this is going to be a Largo support or a Largo as a core. Interactive Philippines seem to think that it is going to be a support. I also saw a Largo core yesterday over at the European version of EPL, the European edition. And to be fair, Largo cores do really well, right? On that offlane position, you go for that Aghanim Scepter. Suddenly, the amount of heal Largo is able to dish out is a lot. The amount of damage Largo is doing over time is deceptive. You do not want to give him an extended team fight. Interactive Philippines, I hope they're right in their read, because I'm not sure. YG can play a mid lane Primal Beast if they want to, but probably not. Every single time I've seen them, most of the time I've seen them play the Primal Beast, it has just been on the off-lane position. It's not really Young Peach's style to go for tanky mid picks. This is more of his style. It's the Invoker, most likely going to be going for the Exort build, the Agent of Galaron facet for that Sunstrike combination. That's that Cataclysm plus the Primal Beasts Pulverize, or even Cataclysm into the kinetic field, to be fair, is a potentially great ability or a great tool that they'll have at their disposal. Interactive Philippines, they see the mid lane pick, it's the Invoker. Will they still send the Slardar towards that mid lane is my question, or are they going to flex it towards the offlane and pick up a Spirit pick, or maybe someone that can contend with the Invoker just a bit better than the Slardar can? Ooh. Okay, Interactive Philippines actually going to pick up the Pudge. Not too sure if this is the hero that you want to take on young PH with, but they do go for it. It is going to be Lewis on the Slardar, so it does appear to be a mid lane Slardar, so it's going to be an off lane Pudge, a position 5 Undying because Eris is their +5, and then you'll have a position 4 Rubik in the form of Barlow. At the same time, it is going to be a Largo support, a B-Rabbit playing the Primal Beast, and it's going to be the Disruptor on Lun, which is his most played hero in competitive Dota. So YG certainly coming up with their favorite picks. Interactive Philippines also their favorite picks on a lot of their players, but a very bold Pudge pick. We will be picking it up, so it is going to be an offlane Pudge. Let's see what Interactive Philippines will be able to do with this. Taking a look at both of these two drops, so I do very much think that it's going to be, well, dependent on the Interactive Philippines, really. Because if you don't get off to a great game with the Pudge, then you're going to lose. And that's pretty much the story of every Pudge game ever, including competitive games as well as your pub games. Is a pretty good hero against the Terrorblade if you, when you get to that Scepter though, you know, that additional rod, that 220 magical damage rod with an increased AoE, it is really strong at taking out illusions. Terrorblade doesn't have too much HP in the early phases of the game. Even when he gets to that Manta style, he's still pretty darn vulnerable. So maybe that's something IAP are looking to exploit. Well, game number 1 is before us. I will just quickly
prepare for battle.
There we go. Had to adjust the EPL logo for the in-game so that all of you can see it. Of course, it's not Season 8, it's Season 12. No real Smoke of Deceit action happening. As I said that, it's YG who will go for a Smoke of Deceit play. But where are they going to head into is the big question. Are they going to go towards that topside jungle? Because there are 4 heroes lying in wait for them there. There's also an Observer Ward, but before all of the action, there's going to be a bit of a pause. Eris needs a second or 2, which he'll be given. He has the right to his allocated pause time.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. No hells. No heavens. Only this. You've been disrupted.
And they're already. With B-Rabbit leading the charge, it is just Skillay beside him. And Eris has actually taken the low ground position, so these players, these two, are going to be isolated, and when their smoke runs out, they will spot them here.
The battle begins.
Skillay is visible. The rest of Interactive Philippines are also going to show up. So Skillay as well as B-Rabbit need to be tailed out of there. Harris will land a 2-man decay. Black Cannon, or rather no, it's a homing missile actually going to land on B-Rabbit, but he is very close to his tier 1 tower, should just be safe. Homing missile of course cannot be dispelled by a basic dispel like the catchy lick. But taking a look at this safe lane for Interactive Philippines certainly seems to be pretty darn strong. As Judge Courier dies, Eris is playing a hero that can dominate both the Largo as well as B-Rabbit. Just with the decay stacks alone, B-Rabbit is struggling to actually show up to the lane. A full creep wave has gone by and B-Rabbit has not gotten a single point of experience, and this is probably going to be the strongest in lane Interactive Philippines are going to get all series long. Of course, Skillday will take the melee creeps at the very least, but will be able to take apart the range creep. Skillday actually has more experience than B-Rabbit does. It's B-Rabbit's playing with 0 experience at this point. Should have an additional creep wave coming in, but Eris, he is a bit too strong for Skillday's distraction methods. He will secure the creep wave before it gets pulled too far away by Skillday, behind Skillday's tier 1 tower, and so a B-Rabbit won't be getting much of this experience at all. He finally does get something go his way, but towards that bot lane, it is Interactive Philippines getting their way there too. KSH goes down, we will end up drawing first blood, and YG off to not so good of a start. It is honestly very rough. Giving first blood over on that bot lane, over on the top side, B-Rabbit is clearly struggling, and I don't think his struggles are... I think his struggles are only going to continue with Eris constantly just ready to harass both Skillday as well as B-Rabbit with just a decay. He is going to plant it down every single time he can. As KSH finds a return kill, able to take down Wee using the Metamorphosis. You always have to play around the Metamorphosis. It is a public service reminder for everyone, for all of you watching. If you are playing against the Terrorblade, play around the Metamorphosis. Do not attempt to fight the TB inside of that. Easier said than done when you're, of course, playing a melee hero. B-Rabbit finally does go down towards that top side. Did seem like a bit of an inevitability. Jed very low on his HP, but in the end, he was able to pick up an entire solo kill. So he's very close to his level 4. He's going to be barely shy from it once he takes out this range creep. Just needs one more creep to be able to hit his 4, and then he'll have the flat cannons, or maybe he upgrades his homing missile because he has gone for this. Normally don't really see many core gyrocopters going for this super early on. Jed is going to fall. A great rotation coming in. Or rather, it wasn't a rotation, it was B-Rabbit just respawning and coming back into the lane. Eris with his Tombstone isn't really going to be able to do much about this. In fact, the Tombstone's actually going to work against Eris by taking away the banner creep. Pretty sure he would have liked to have that one. Lewis with the slaughter, 22 lost hits, 11 denies. He's actually doing much better than Young PH is, but he is playing a melee hero, and his Bash of the Deep helps him secure lost hits easily. His stun is also physical damage, so Lewis is going to have a decent enough game. I think when Young PH hits his level 6 or level 7, he'll have enough orbs to potentially go for a Chaos Meteor play onto Lewis. I don't know if it'll be enough damage, but maybe the Disruptor or even the Largo can rotate to help Young PH secure the kill here. As I say that, he hasn't actually gone for the Mine of Tornaris, he's actually gone for the Scholar of Coryx. And this is actually cool. I have seen Young PH play with this facet quite a bit. It does seem like he is in the minority as far as pro Invoker players go, because most of the time Invokers either go for the Mine of Tornaris or the Agent of Galaron, but Young PH likes to favor the Quaswex. Kills all across the board, both supports being traded out, but KSH actually ends up with a double kill. Clearly not worth it at all for Interactive Philippines because they gave the other side's carry too much gold and too much experience. KSH is level 5. Almost halfway to his Sunder. If he'll actually even go for the Sunder. Oh man, that is not the way that you want to start the game off against KSH. Or even Young PH for that matter. Speaking of Young PH, he will to be able to throw down that tornado. And actually Lewis is caught inside of that kinetic field. Will go down and Eris is going to be glimpsed back. This is going to be yet another easy set of kills for your YG as they secure themselves that net worth advantage. Barlow trying to juke, or rather trying to run around the Frog Storm. The kinetic field is going to kick in, so that will turn from bad to worse for Interactive Philippines as they don't lose on 2, they actually lose the 3.
Dire are scanning.
7 minutes Shrine of Wisdom is spawning in. Eris is going to teleport towards that bot lane to secure that rune. Or, it's no longer a rune, it is a shrine. But B-Rabbit should probably just take the Shrine of Wisdom. But no, they'll give it a skill late. B-Rabbit will actually end up with the experience from that Shrine of Wisdom. So I suppose it's okay regardless. But the reason I suggested he take it was because he missed the full creep wave at the level 1 mark. He was clearly under leveled compared to everyone else in the game. For example, Wee has hit his 6, so he has a Dismember, he has a solid way to stop that Sunder from coming out. But they need KSH to be low enough so that the Dismember can actually take out the Terrorblade rather than use it as an initiation tool. However, Wee is going to be initiated upon and is guaranteed to fall. Young PH coming up with an early rotation, which is what you want to see from a Quaswex Invoker. In this case, a Quas Invoker. Young PH will spot out Barlow. Barlow will actually go back and drop down a sentry. So they see Young PH. He'll throw down that EMP as well as the Cold Snap. But in the end, he is going to go down. Lewis will be able to pick up the kill. A nice return kill being acquired by Interactive Philippines is going to help them rematch the tempo of that mid lane.
Bearings.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lun is going to get a glimpse back and hooked in. Another easy pickup for Interactive Philippines as Wee also manages to find his recovery. Still though, the earlier double kill they gave to KSH is reflected in the net worth, and it's a scary amount. 5,000 net worth at the 10-minute mark. He has around 500 GPM per minute as Young PH falls towards that mid side. Very ambitious position for an Invoker to be in. Does seem like Interactive Philippines, they're doing a pretty good job at punishing YG's small missteps. Well, in this last case, it was a pretty big misstep. It was quite a few steps away from safety. But YG aren't a team that like to play safe. They're a team that like to play the high risk, high reward game. And most of the time, they're able to make it work.
Are scanning.
Young PH, he sees the gyrocopter. Jet also sees Young PH. I think the sentry spotted Young PH on his way in with the tanks to the tower AoE too. Or rather, just the vision from the gyrocopter. It is daytime. However, Jet has still not been able to actually do anything about that. Tombstone is going to get immediately taken out. You do have Barlow who has come in, but a static storm dropped down on top of Lewis. He is going to fall here. And now Eris is also vulnerable. Barlow will just abandon Eris and try to secure his own position, as again it will be 3 heroes that fall. Interactive Philippines unable to come up with a response once YG truly bring in the numbers. And Barlow, he wasn't able to make it very far now, was he?
Dire's top tower
And with KSH having activated his metamorphosis with the catapult, this tower, it falls so quickly.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
As soon as the metamorphosis ran out for a very interesting time, in terms of just the
Bottom tower is under
coincidence. Eris sent up into the air. There's a Sunstrike 2. Eris is going to be glimpsed back, and that is enough damage to take Eris out. A level 1 Sunstrike still does do a decent amount of damage. 175 for a level 1 ability, and especially pure damage. That is kind of whack.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There is a 3,000 net worth advantage up for Yango Galacticos at the moment. Young PH, well, V is in a world of trouble. Is gonna get glimpsed back once more. These glimpses by Lund, they seem to be
Is under attack.
everywhere and anywhere YG need them to be. And they'll take apart another tier 1 tower. Is going to be a 4,000 net worth advantage. A skill lane does go down towards that mid side, but it is just a support. V is a core. A core that is very close to his Aghanim Scepter, so maybe once he has that, Interactive Philippines choose to go in for some fighting.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Some pretty good farm for V, all things considered. He has 4 deaths, but he also has 2 kills and 2 assists. They want to secure the Shrine of Wisdom, but there's no one from YG nearby, so they don't need to fret about that.
Dire are scanning.
Clear as clean water.
Radiant are scanning.
Barlow. Well, again, the glimpse from Lund. It's there every single time YG need it. Or in this scenario, they would have liked to have it. They didn't exactly need it to secure the kill. As the Vessel on Young PH is going to mean trouble for Interactive Philippines. It is a lot of damage going for an Invoker that otherwise wouldn't have as much damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are falling.
Barlow once again, it's KSH who is going to go on forward, but Lewis, he was ready and waiting, but so was Beer Rabbit. He's going to grab Lewis up with the Pulverize. Lewis in danger, is going to fall. We with the Aghanim Scepter can't actually make his entry, not with KSH holding that front line with the Metamorphosis. It's Eris who's all by his lonesome trying to take out Young PH. He will be successful thanks to the flak cannons, but Eris is going to go down. It's an overall 2 for 2. That might be a bit of a stalemate. But again, he's looking for the hook, and he's actually, narrowly doesn't latch on.
Radiant's top tower.
Almost seemed like it was enough.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Barlow, not really having a good game, but this time around, it was a bit of a setup. Maybe if they can take Young PH down, this will be very well worth it, but no, Young PH will not falter. It'll be B-Rabbit who will come to the aid with a Pulverize and an Onslaught. And Eris will go down. We will also go down. This game is starting to steamroll out of control away from the hands of Interactive Philippines. They're trying to interact with YG just a bit too much, trying to force the issue where they might not need to necessarily.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
KSH in trouble, did get hooked in by the Static Storm from Lone. Absolutely perfect. Barlow is going to onslaught forward, but he cannot make anything happen. Young PH with a tornado that catches the 3. A Pulverize towards the side from B-Rabbit. YG playing this just picture perfect for this team fight. Interactive Philippines will just have to go back, but Jed will be brought into the jaws of that Sunder. Eris trying to make his escape, but he has a Thunder Strike on top of him. He is going to fall. Lewis is the only one that makes it out of that, but it isn't unscathed. He has lost his entire team.
Middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
It's a 7,000 lead right now, and KSH's damage output is only going to increase. You have to consider the fact that KSH is playing a hero that can dominate all 4 of Interactive Philippines. The only one that can stand up to Jed, or rather to KSH, is Jed on the gyrocopter. Now, he does have the farm, but he's actually 3,500 net worth behind the TB. He might actually fall even further behind. Young PA saw him will throw out the tornado as well as the Chaos Meteor. Jed is going to be 4,000 net worth behind the KSH now. And with the Alacrity buff, with the fact that they have a Meteor Hammer, these towers, they're going to be pretty vulnerable.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Shrine of Wisdom is up for B Rabbit.
Dire are scanning.
Arcane Rune spawns towards that bot lane, but Young PH isn't nearby to acquire it. It'll actually be B Rabbit who'll take the Arcane Rune. Eris? B Rabbit's gonna go in. The Lick and Onslaught have an interesting interaction. Seeing someone just get punched in the air. As YG will make their way towards Roshan, which is a very difficult contest if you're the side of Interactive Philippines. Like, how do you come to contest this? You simply can't. They will group up and go for a smoke, but by the time they even make it halfway there, Roshan will have already fallen. No, actually, YG abandoned Roshan. They will wait for Interactive Philippines on that high ground. Lewis, Eris, both visible. Lewis will be sent up into the air. Tombstone dropped down by Eris. However, it's already gone down. Young PH is in trouble, but B-Rabbit comes to his aid. Young PH may have gone down, but the rest of Interactive Philippines, I feel like they're going to be punished for this. Jed glimpsed back by Lun and will go down. Both we as Jed and Jed have fallen. KSH ends up with a triple kill, and even though Eris buys back, Interactive Philippines, there is no way they take this fight. So in the end, Roshan will be going the way of YG, despite of the momentary pause in YG's intention to take Roshan, of course. Io Scotty around 2400 gold away for the Terrorblade. Once you get to that Eye of Scotty without the Daedalus on this gyrocopter, it is so difficult to actually stack up. It is nearly impossible, in fact, for anyone to do anything to KSH. As long as he has a Metamorphosis as well as the Hurricane Pike, he is nearly untouchable. Tornado did miss, but Young PH is going to be waiting for the glimpse. But Lewis, he had the BKB waiting for Young PH to drop down. Lewis has enough damage to take him out, but his BKB is running out of duration. Eris will be the one who will pick up the kill, but now that Lewis's BKB has worn out, he is going to face the brunt of YG's anger. Eris on the side just casually throwing out the decays is not going to be lucky. He is going to fall.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
tier 2 tower is going to take a drop too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower.
It's only a 7,000 advantage. It's not insurmountable. The only problem is that 7,000 advantage is in the hands of a Terrorblade. And that's the bigger problem. He's still holding on to his Metamorphosis. Doesn't really need it to secure these barracks, as he still has 2 minutes left on that Aegis. He is going to go back, but the question is this a permanent move or is it just a temporary disengagement? They're actually pinging or signaling the triangle. I wonder what the objective there is, because they didn't actually secure the actual barracks. They didn't secure the melee barracks, which is what you normally go for when you start to push. So perhaps it's some other objective that they're looking for, because they could have used the Metamorphosis to take the melee barracks out. Perhaps it's to try and push out multiple tier 3 towers so that they can end the game in one move. But who really knows? EPL activates a Metamorphosis. They see Jed, who will activate the BKB, attempt to run back. He will be successful, but at the cost of that 9-second BKB. And KSH is entirely healthy. In the end, they will be able to acquire the melee barracks and secure super creeps, at least over on that top lane. And you cannot initiate upon KSH at the moment. He still has an entire minute on that Aegis.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
They are going to go back, but without the gyrocopter in possession of that BKB, it's currently on cooldown. How do you stop KSH? Who initiates? Who jumps in? Who is possibly going to be bold enough?
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Lewis.
Dire
10,000 advantage means that honestly, it will take a very massive misstep from YG to actually lose a fight. And it's not because, oh, I'll have to hold that thought, it's a pulverize, but no, it's a reverse pulverize coming in by Barlow. B-Rabbit has had to use his BKB just to be able to disengage, but KSH is in the base. He has the lick to keep him safe. Honestly, a great sieging tool. Especially with a level 15 talent, the catchy lick cost range is honestly pretty big.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
2 lanes of super creeps, only 1 more remaining that will separate Interactive Philippines from having to face up with mega creeps. And at this point of the game, it's sure you have a gyrocopter. You can deal with mega creeps, but the real problem is that an initiation can come in from any one of your lanes inside of your base. And that is the overpowering factor which most teams cannot fight back against, simply because it's too difficult to respond to that kind of maneuver. This kind of feels like a Hail Mary play by Interactive Philippines, and I'm going to be honest, it's not looking too good. It's we who will fall inside of that triangle. The rest of Interactive Philippines, they're trying to run back, but it's going to be the gyrocopter cut out. Glimpse back, we will call GG. 31 minutes in, Interactive Philippines will realize that they cannot play the way that YG play against YG themselves. They will have to come up with something different, but trying to go for a position 3 pudge, trying to go for these sneaky little maneuvers is very difficult. They picked up an entirely tempo-based draft, but weren't able to create any kind of tempo. They did get the first blood drawn towards that bot lane. They had a strong start there, but honestly, that was the only thing they really got in the early game. Everything else was just going in YG's favor. Even the double kill that the KSS was able to get, it just played into YG's hands. But Interactive Philippines, they have someone who has gone to TI. They have someone who has played against the best teams in the world, and who better than that person to shrug the loss off and guide his team to a potential comeback. Let's see if Interactive Philippines will be able to do just that and take YG to a game number 3, or if this is going to be one of those quick YG series and where they just end up sweeping the other side under the rug. We will be back with EPL Southeast Asia right off. World Series Southeast Asia, Interactive Philippines currently one game down against YG, who dominated them last game, but IAP have a different strategy. They're no longer going to go for that tempo-based draw with the Slardar on that mid lane. They're going to go for the Shadow Fiend, Ogre Magi, and Skywrath Mage. I'm not sure if this is going to be a safe lane Shadow Fiend. It could be a magic damage one, but as I see it, the carry Shadow Fiend plus the Bloodlust from the Ogre Magi is probably something that Interactive Philippines would want to look into, if not
10
if
seconds remaining.
they're not looking into this already. The plus 80 attack speed from the Bloodlust, coupled up with the Shadow Fiend's high physical natural DPS damage, means that YG could struggle to survive. At the same time, they do pick up the heroes to survive with. Dragon Knight and Brewmaster are going to be difficult to take down. Maybe not so much with the fact that you have an Axe and a Skywrath Mage. Now, this is a good setup. Interactive Philippines are coming out with a really strong draft. Axe, Berserker Call into the Skywrath Mage's Mystic Flare, and then if that's not enough, then you can add the Requiem on top of that. Not to mention, an Ogre Magi with the Fire Blast is also a pretty decent setup for the Mystic Flare. If it is at least a 2x multiplier with that multicast, right? In that scenario, you get hit by the multicast, you're stunned up for longer, the Mystic Flare's full duration is going to land on top of you. YG skill lane does play a lot of Mortha, which is why I'm not sure if this is going to be a Mortha carry or if this is going to be a Mortha support. Could go either way, but I think that Mortha carry is a pretty strong hero against the Shadow Fiend, all things considered. You can still die in the wheel, you can still get, I suppose, called and Mystic Flared and Requiemed, so there is that to worry about, but if they don't want to play the Mortha carry, they can always just go for the Dragon Knight carry and then pick up a mid lane hero for young PH. The puck is pretty good here if you can find a way to dispel away the Skywrath Mage's silence. Queen of Pain would have actually been better. Interactive Philippines banned that one out. I actually like their ban a lot more than a potential Puck. Because Puck can be silenced. Queen of Pain will just use the Blade Mail and return damage.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Interactive Philippines. Now is the time to go for the last pick, which will give away the information on whether or not this SF is a mid lane hero or is a carry hero. And I think YG will flex their Dragon Knight accordingly,
5 seconds.
because you don't ideally want to play a Dragon Knight on the mid lane against an SF.
Dire team pick.
Interactive Philippines actually go for the Weaver, so it will then be a Shadow Fiend on the mid lane position. It will be a Weaver as the carry. A Weaver, it's pretty back and forth between the Weaver versus the Disruptor, because Weavers can take out heroes like the Disruptor with a Desolator relatively easily, but if you manage to glimpse the Weaver back and catch him with the Static Storm, then that is one of the easier ways to take out the Weaver with. So it can go either way. Yango Galacticos pick up that Spirit Breaker. This is what they had in that, I believe it was that game number 2 against Ivory, and it really did not work out. Let's see though, because at the end of the day, they are playing with a Mortha on the carry position. It is a much better draft than when they tried the Spirit Breaker with yesterday, so at the very end, it's going to be a much different game. Not to mention, their opponents this time around are not as strong as the ones yesterday. I think Ivory is probably the the top 3 in Southeast Asia as far as the semi-professional teams go. Taking a look at both of these two drafts, I don't think either side has an outdraft. I think it's pretty much even Steven. I think Mortha versus Weaver is kind of the Morthas win. I don't see how the Weaver actually defeats the Mortha. It's straight up impossible as long as you have the wheel up. So then it's not about the Weaver versus the Mortha then, right? It's about whether or not the Axe and the Skywrath Mage can synergize together to take out the Mortha, or whether or not the Shadow Fiend Lewis can actually take the Mortha. Those are the heroes that are going to be responsible for dealing with the Mortha. The Weaver, meanwhile, will deal with everyone else. He'll attempt to deal with everyone else at the very least. Will probably just aim the Disruptor in most of those fights. Let's see, they probably picked up the Spirit Breaker against the Weaver itself because it's an easy way to keep vision of the Weaver inside of the Sakuchi. As long as you have the charge up, you have vision on an invisibility hero. So that's one way to track someone outside of, you know, the track itself.
You fought and died.
Hmm.
Seconds to battle.
KSH. Playing it very careful.
The battle begins.
Lewis and Barlow pick up the 2 bounty runes, and it'll be 2 and 2 bounty runes each. No side to come out with an uneven, some unevenness. No side to come up with an advantage. No first blood drawn. Probably will happen in the lane, as I do expect this to be a very back and forth top side. Dragon Knight plus a Disruptor versus an Axe and a Skywrath. Surely V and Barlow want to play it aggressive, but can they play it aggressive against KSH is the big question. Perhaps not, because the Dragon Knight has a lot of armor, a lot of HP. So then, the goal will be to try and pressure Lun. Disruptor doesn't have a lot of HP and doesn't have a lot of armor. So he'll probably end up being the target. At the same time, you don't want to get glimpsed back if you're Barlow, because Skywrath Mage starts off with the least amount of armor compared to any other hero in the game currently. 0 armor to begin with. So if you get glimpsed back and KSS manages to land that Dragon Tail on top of Barlow, Barlow's dead.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So it's a lane where both sides do have to play careful. I think the supports will have to play much more careful. Oh, actually, I was mistaken. It's Young PH on the Mortha. So it's actually a mid lane Mortha. This is what Sumail did, if I recall correctly, at TI. I was actually just talking about this yesterday. And now Young PH is going to do it. It's a very bold decision to actually play the Mortha on that mid lane. But as I think about it, it's pretty good against Lewis. The dead shot can actually cancel the Requiem if you're quick enough with it. And Young PH is definitely fast on his fingers. Lewis does manage to land the 2 raises, but has no more mana to actually land the 3rd. Does now have the bottle, but so too will Young PH. Lewis will not contest the topside water rune, instead will just go for the bot lane water. And so should have that reasonably well. I think both of these 2 mid laners are going to be whacking each other with their respective spells until Kingdom Come. I think there's really no point in placing too much emphasis on what they're doing or their targeting of each other. As I say that, one person, Young PH, does get targeted a bit more. Lewis may be able to get the kill. Oh, Deadshot lands on Lewis before he can actually walk forward. And Lewis needs to be careful constantly because of the charge that can come in at any point from skill lane. He does manage to hit his level 2, walks inside of that triangle, and so it should be a charge coming in. Sure enough, it is Lewis with the charge on him. Skillay is coming in, drops down that calling, brings Lewis back into the calling, and Skillay will draw first blood. Eris, slow on the move, but then again, it was a very difficult read. It was a very small distance charge. Eris has a level 2 ignite.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh. Barlow ends up going down towards that top lane. Once again, the charge, the glimpse, proving to be a bit too much for IAP, as they don't want to give away too many losses in this laning phase. Ideally, towards this top side, they're the ones getting the kills rather than being faced with the deaths. Topside, Ogre Magi, Eris does get hit by a charge. Skywrath mate is there, so Skillay needs to be the one, needs to be careful. However, Barlow will get glimpsed back, Eris will walk back. So both of these two support duos will disengage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lewis, once again, needs to be a bit careful. Skillay, he does not have the charge, but Lewis has nowhere to go. Will be able to find Skillay with that lost raid, and in fact, it's actually Young PH in danger. Lewis ends up with a double kill, thanks to the help of Jed. However, Lewis was cornered, but still somehow comes out on top. A bit of a wake-up call for YG.
Radiant are scanning.
Again, Lun is here for the 6-minute power rune, trying to secure it for Young PH, but with both the Skywrath as well as the Ogre Magi nearby, I don't think Young PH can secure the rune over on that top side. He'll just have to wait and pray for luck, as it does favor him. At least in the spawn of the rune, it doesn't exactly favor him regarding what rune it was, because it is an invisibility. And he never actually went for the bottle. This is surprising, considering that perhaps he would ideally like to spam his dead shot.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Charge on Jed. He's actually going to get hit, and he doesn't have a Sakuchi. Jed is going to die. Pretty easy kill for YG.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As over on the top side, V seems to be running down the tower.
Under attack.
Lun is going to teleport through the gate, but Eris is waiting for him. Ignite thrown out, concussive shot going to land on top of Lun, and you do have V rotating over, wrapping around, and this will be a kill for the Axe. I think Lun should have been a lot more careful about his gate play, but they didn't have the vision, so there's no way to be sure of who's lying on the other side. Especially, 7 minutes in, you're not going to be expecting 3 heroes across the gate.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yet another charge by Skillay. It's on the Axe. We held in by that kinetic field. KSH activates his dragon form. You also have B-Rabbit come over. So V is gonna fall. Lune has the glimpse to bring Eris back into the fold of YG, and they will find themselves with yet another kill.
Dire's bottom tower.
Good rotations coming in. Not too sure if the one from B-Rabbit was necessary, but it's always good to have the numbers to secure kills with. And he can always go back through the gate to farm up, so it's not really as if he's losing out on too much time. Oh. We getting glimpsed back as soon as he respawns, but not back to his fountain. It's back into the jaws of YG as a split comes out from B-Rabbit. V is going to take a bow. Barlow, unfortunately, is not going to fare any better. Sent up into the air by B-Rabbit, brought down, and when he does come back, he wish he stayed up. Lewis is here as towards the side. Jed and Eris seem to want to take a fight. Lun has gone down. Requiem is going to be sent out, fearing YG and sending them back. B-Rabbit going to eat the double raise and fall down. And now with only KSH remaining, Eris will slow him down with the ignite. Sakuti to slow him down further. Lewis waiting for the raises, but actually whiffed the first one. KSH is still alive, but not for long as he will go down. However, Eris is going to be traded out and Skill Lay will be, and alongside Lune will be able to take apart Lewis. A dominating streak picked up. It will be Jed who will secure the kill on the Spirit Breaker and will be able to time lapse and Sakuchi away. Overall, a pretty big win for Interactive Philippines. Sure, they did lose quite a few heroes on this top side, but they made it work by coming up with a counterplay to actually take out the Dragon Knight, take out the Spirit Breaker, the Disruptor, B-Rabbit, a lot of these heroes. Lewis?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wait.
From the tempest of battle.
The buyback cost him 500 gold, so I'm not sure why he bought back, but Jed is going to die. Seems like I wasn't the only one distracted by that interesting buyback. Eris.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Again, he can't really go anywhere, not with Skill Lay on his tail. B-Rabbit will be able to pick up the kill, the Cinder igniting on top of the Ogre Magi. Ogre Magi being ignited is a very ironic thing to happen. Is Skill Lay dead? No, he's not. Jed doesn't have the damage output. And he is going for the Desolator. This is, in my opinion, the correct build in this kind of a game where you have squishy heroes on the other side. Well, there's only really one squishy hero you can actually take down that easily. That's the Disruptor. But you do need the Desolator for the Disruptor. Barlow will be glimpsed back, but Skill Lay will not go for the full-on charge. Static Storm will be planted down on top of Eris as the Cinder Brew will ignite, and Eris should go down here. Mystic Flare is going to whiff. Barlow will not be able to land it. As Skill Lay looking for yet another charge, but doesn't have the vision. Or maybe even if he did, he was too slow to start charging.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower
Skill
is
Lay
under attack.
will be able to secure the rune away from Lewis.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Jed glimpsed back, was able to time lapse though, and he will be able to get towards the other side where there is a young PH.
Radiant's bottom tower
So
is under attack.
maybe they get the kill on him, but Weaver never made it across. Jed chose to stay here. They actually want to take a fight. They want to bring the axe here instead. Jed, though, does not have the time lapse. He's going to eat that Nether Strike and actually fall. We targeted the Brewmaster, but the split came out from B-Rabbit. You send the Shadow Fiend up into the air, and this is a disaster for Interactive Philippines. They are going to crumble and collapse on a desperate retreat, but it's just not going to be possible. You have Lun, who has the glimpse at the ready as soon as he uses the wand, and still it seems like Interactive Philippines, they want to press on forward. They have not learned their lesson. They will be able to take out Lun, but that's all they'll find. Oh, maybe not. We, with the call on towards Young PH, it does seem like we can go on further. He does have the HP, trying to close the gap, as it is going to be Jed who respawns and comes back into the fight. B-Rabbit, in incredible amounts of danger, should be going down to the Weaver. Jed picks up a dominating streak as KSH is the next target, but taking out down that Dragon Knight is an entirely different task, and Interactive Philippines do not have the appetite for that. YG will end up losing 3 heroes, but in the end, they played that team fight pretty much perfectly. And it is an even amount of gold going both ways. But Interactive Philippines, it looked so scary for them. They couldn't finish the brew off, the Requiem didn't come out, Jed died before he could do anything. I suppose the gold distribution is what makes it slightly less worth it for Interactive Philippines, because now that I'm looking at it, Ogre Magi actually got the majority of the gold there. SF actually lost gold in that engagement. Meanwhile, everyone from YG actually ended up gaining gold, with KSH and Young PH having gained the most amount of gold. So it's definitely a win as far as gold distribution goes for that last team fight. But Interactive Philippines, they're not going to be as far behind. It's not a one-sided team fight victory. Taking a look at the net worth, it's 8,000 net worth up for the Dragon Knight. V is only slightly behind.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And now that V has his Blink Dagger and the Blade Mill, this is when things start to get tricky for YG. If they get called, they will fall. Because the Mortal, quite honestly, Young PH does not have the HP to actually survive these Berserker calls. I don't think even the Dragon Knight can survive right now. He has the armlet, so maybe it's still up in the air as to what will happen if they call KSH. Speaking of KSH, oh, that is an absurd amount of damage. Lewis has the Requiem there. KSH activates his Dragon form, but he's already so low that he will go down. Lun will fall beside him. Skill Lay trying to go for the teleport out will not happen. Lewis to end up with a double kill. YG this time around. This is pretty much a one-sided teamfight win for Interactive Philippines. Sure, they do lose their Weaver, but at the end of the day, they do get the 3 kills.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Eris? Going to get glimpse back. Eris died a lot more quickly than I thought he would. Where is this amount of damage coming from? Young PH does not have the Aghanim Scepter. In fact, Young PH, he's going for the carry build on the Murtha. Normally we see an Aghanim Scepter build up for, you know, a mid lane Murtha. KSH once again in danger. He was called Mystic Flare damage. It turns out in an extended fight it is enough. However, Skill Lay came in with a charge. We has fallen. Nether Strike on towards Barlow. And even Jed is held inside of that Static Storm. But he has a time lapse and is going to be able to use it. However, he was dusted up. Sakuchi will be back up to use in about 1 second. He's trying to go for the teleport out and has found the juke around YG. So an overall 2 for 2, which is probably worth it for Interactive Philippines considering they got the Dragon Knight down. Sure, they lost a core 2, but that was an axe. And when you take a look at the net worth, it is V who is much further ahead than anyone else in the game. 1,000 net worth ahead of everyone of every other core.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Another Nether Strike. Eris will once again go down first, but the rest of Interactive Philippines, they are on the move. Deadshot is actually going to catch Wii, so that means that Interactive Philippines, they won't be able to close the gap. YG, that was a pretty lucky Deadshot. It was always going to catch someone considering who all was there, but the fact that it catches the person who's supposed to initiate, well, that is a fair amount of luck going the way of YG. Lone does end up eating the gank, but it could have been worse. It could have been KSH who caught the gank there as they were walking beside each other. 20-minute Tormentor is going to spawn. The only question is, YG, do they want to go for a fight? They do have a smoke, and it seems like they do.
Dire's middle tower has
Both of these two teams, they are going to run across each other, but it's going to be Wii who'll come out with a call on towards KSH, who's going to fall first. And even though the split comes out by B-Rabbit, they are just going to hightail it out of there. And with KSH down for about 32 seconds, this should be a Tormentor picked up for Interactive Philippines.
Selfish. Invisibility.
Skill Day going for the Shadow Blade is going to be a bit of a disruptive force once he has that. This is probably going to be an impactful Spirit Breaker game considering it's going to go past the 30-minute mark. Right now, IAP do possess a significant advantage, especially with we doing so well. In fact, all three cores of Interactive Philippines are ahead of YG at this point. B-Rabbit has clearly been struggling on this Brewmaster, is nowhere close to that Aghanim Scepter. Well, I mean, he is actually he's halfway there.
Radiant's top tower
More than halfway, actually. He only needs about 1500 gold. Once he has that, perhaps B-Rabbit is going to exponentially increase his impact in these team fights.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
KSS attempting to go for that BKB, but the thing about the BKB against the Axe is it's only valuable if you can use the BKB before you get called. Because if you get called, the Mystic Flare is going to drop down, the Requiem is going to drop down, and that's too much magical damage for KSS to survive against. It's too much magical damage for anyone to survive against. Lun, the Mystic Flare missed. Lun is still going to be alive for at least a second more. In fact, Lun died to Jed right now. Perhaps it would have been better if he never glimpsed the Axe back in the first place, because that would have at least meant that he died to the Axe and not the Weaver.
I'll take that.
Aegis will be collected and picked up by Jed.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yangon Galacticos.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
A Shadow Blade up for the Spirit Breaker. KSH has a BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower.
I wonder when YG will actually look to take a fight. They have Young PH with the Shadow Blade too. These are a lot of Shadow Blades available for YG. But the lead is staggering now. 8,000 of a net worth advantage. Interactive Philippines in possession of that Aegis for another 2 minutes. Means that it's very difficult for Interactive Philippines to... Well, it's very difficult for YG to actually fight into Interactive Philippines.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We teleports back to his base, but it's actually the Weaver who is being charged. He's gonna get hit by the bash. Nether Strike is not really going to come out. They're gonna wait for the time. That skill lay. Will he drop the dust? He does. Jed did get dusted up. Okay, I said it's gonna go in. He gets the Dragon Tail down. Nether Strike is going to be there, and Jed should go down, but it's actually a call coming in. Lewis ends up with a double kill. Lund to go down. It's a triple. Make it perhaps even an ultra because B-Rabbit is caught in. YG, even I thought they would have been able to take out the Weaver, but they had another thing coming, honestly. And I did not expect Interactive Philippines to be able to make their way there that fast. Perhaps it's the boots of travel, quite honestly, giving him, it's a lot of movement speed. It's the boots of speed gives you plus 50. Any boots upgrade gives you at max 50, except for the tranquil boots. But the boots of travel give you plus 90.
Are fortified.
And maybe Axe even teleported towards the creep there. I honestly, I was too focused on Jed to be able to tell.
Dire's
But with a 15,000 net worth advantage on Interactive Philippines, it really does seem like they will be able to force out a game number 3, or rather, they should be able to force it out. YG still have plenty of options in this game,
is under attack.
even though they are dwindling by the minute. Now the question is, Young PH does not have a Mjolnir, a Maelstrom, their usual typical core item for the Mortha. All of these can also be considered core items, but the Maelstrom is truly what kicks in the damage, especially because of the Gunslinger. Eris will go down, but it is just a support kill. And the Gunslinger means that you have a 45% chance to send out another hit. Right, and that second shot has a chance to trigger a Maelstrom proc, which is what makes the Maelstrom a necessity for the Mortha. Maybe he'll get it sometime later, but who knows? Right now, he is not even close to thinking about getting that.
Radiant are scanning.
Once again, Eris got in. Young PH comes in with the whale. They still haven't been able to take Eris down. He does finally fall, but the rest of Interactive Philippines, they are making their way over. It's B-Rabbit who gets hit by the Requiem, and on the Requiem's way back, Lewis will end up with yet another double kill. Young PH trying to go for the escape, will be able to find it before the call can come in. The Blink Dagger was on cooldown, but in the end, YG still lose the fight.
Tower is under attack.
And Eris actually stayed alive for so long, despite of actually not having anything to survive with, apart from, what, the cloak that he has, giving him that plus 20 magic resistance. But this is it. And the health essence ring, to be fair, it does give him plus 240, so he has 2,500 HP and 10 armor, so I suppose with the 20% magic resistance, it does take a while for him to fall, but Young PH going for the BKB. A full refresher up for Lewis, and this is where this is when it gets to the point where you hit critical mass. This is when teams usually lose against the Shadow Fiend. The double Requiem with a Scepter upgrade is impossible to fight back against. Even if you have a BKB, you can dodge one Requiem, but sooner or later, there is going to be another one incoming. And outside of a straight up outplay by YG, it's not going to be possible for them to take a team fight. It's just, they have to keep their distance now.
Dire are scanning.
Although pushing the base is going to be a bit difficult, especially with Skill Lay being able to charge across lanes with the Shadow Blade.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Axe Call comes out. But it's just for Roshan. It is going to be the second Aegis of the game, and with this, perhaps Interactive Philippines make a play for that high ground. They do have the banner to help them with that. Skill Lay, they see we. There are heroes approaching. B-Rabbit is here too, Skill Lay, and there's no one nearby to help we out. They will initiate first with the Nether Strike Cinder Brew as well, and KSH is gonna blink on forward. We will drop, and that is a big kill to find. It's not about the gold, it's not about anything other than the fact that you waste away 70 whole seconds from that Aegis. It's already at the 4-minute mark, so by the time that the axe respawns, it's going to be at the 3. Oh no, Young PH. He got hit by the dust, but he activates the whale and actually tries to fight back. They realize that without the axe, this is their best chance at a team fight. The primal split comes out, and so the Brewmaster did not get hit by the Requiem. Lewis activates the BKB, tries to go for the teleport out, but it's going to be possible. At the very last second, within an inch of his life. If the Shadow Fiend died there, that would have been a major breakthrough for YG. It's still pretty good. Sure, they lose the 2 heroes, but by the time that Interactive Philippines maneuver around, readjust, start to push in, the Aegis is going to be at the 2-minute mark. So they've been pretty successful in wasting its time. If they can find the time, if they can find the space to waste 2 more minutes, that's going to be ideal for YG, at least as far as the comeback goes. Because Interactive Philippines, they are grouping back up. Oh, Young PH, he saw Barlow. He has the Hurricane Pike too, but Wee is there with the call. Young PH will get dunked. And from that mid lane, or rather no, it's actually Wee who's going to be forced to activate his BKB. Nicely done by KSH, he keeps his own BKB going, but towards the base, or rather the high ground, Lewis goes in for the Requiem. Lewis has that refresher orb, activates his second BKB, goes in for another Requiem, and still is able to stay alive despite the hits coming in from KSH. Skill Lay has fallen. Loon has had to buy back. All the meanwhile, the barracks they're still standing up. Well, upright for the moment anyway. B-Rabbit has a crucial item, the Aeon Disc, which means that even if he gets hit by the Requiem, he should always be able to come out with the split. Even if he gets called. In the end, Jed will be able to acquire super creeps on at least one lane time and time again, they've come so close to taking Lewis out, but time and time again, it's just been a case of
Radiant's bottom tower is under
so close and yet so far.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It's Jed who will... He's very close to being able to take out the melee barracks, and the problem is he has the Aegis, so even if YG go in on him, take him out, he's just going to come back. They do drop the Static Storm, and they will be able to burst through his first life. The question is when he respawns, do they want to go in? They will start things off with a calling as well as the dead shot. However, Jed was able to activate his BKB. They don't need Lewis for the Requiem because Skillay has already gone down. KSH trying to dish out the hits, but it's just not enough damage. In the end, KSH's BKB will run out and he has to fall back to the base. B-Rabbit's split is going to unify and even he too will have to fall back. And with the full 4 of Interactive Philippines still plenty healthy, or rather no, it's the full 3 healthy. V doesn't have too much HP, but doesn't really need it because KSH, his Dragon form, is going to run out. And there is no Static Storm, there is no split, there is nothing more that YG can bring to stop this inevitable push of their lost barracks. Or rather, the backdoor protection kicked in for the very last second, unexpected, but it kicked in, so I suppose that will give YG another life. But they're on their 9th, you know, they've ran out of the 8, so it's the only chance they'll get. As far as this game is concerned, they're still 1 series up, so it really doesn't... Like, it's not the worst thing. If losing this game for IAP is going to be the worst thing, because then you lose the series. Apologies.
Are scanning.
B-Rabbit trying to go for that refresher, or actually he has the refresher. Some decent bits of items. Young PH also has that Chrysalis. However, Jed has picked up that Satanic. Let's actually just take a look at the overall items that everyone has. Starting from the top, I mean, the Weaver is pretty much 6-slotted. He just needs to swap out his Dragon Lance or maybe just upgrade it to a Hurricane Pike. Lewis is not going to be swapping anything out. Everest has a Crimson Guard. That's probably providing Lewis a safety net that we've seen so far. A BKB up for Skill Lay, or rather, it's been up for a while, I suppose. He's going to attempt to charge in when Interactive Philippines go in as well. Interactive Philippines, oh, they are already in. Young PH is gonna get called. Bursted down first. Before the charge could even come in, before YG even realized what was happening. Dragon form is activated as KSH is gonna go on forward. We is gonna jump in. However, it's Jed who is gonna get popped. Lewis with the Requiem does manage to land the fear on KSH, but he's still going on strong with that Satanic. Able to lifesteal back. They're looking for the Shadow Fiend, but will not be able to find him. Oh, they got the glimpse! Lune coming up with the straight up outplay. Lewis will fall here. All the 3 cores from Interactive Philippines getting punished. Absolute masterclass by this Disruptor. I mean, it is his most played hero in competitive Dota, so it only makes sense. Roshan will get picked up for YG of all things. Who would have expected this? Somehow, that 9th life. They're still on their 9th life, but now they have a second life. They have 9, they have 8, they're on their 8.5, 8.5 life. Because they have this Aegis. You get it? It's a dumb joke, but they can fight with their Dragon Knight. He's not going to get bursted. I mean, he will get bursted down, but he's going to come back after he gets bursted down. He has that refresher shard for that second BKB or that Satanic. The only problem is YG will have to try and take a fight 4v5. Because every single time Interactive Philippines initiate, they will find someone with that Requiem. Interactive Philippines, it seems like YG's last fight has given them a pause. Seems like they don't want to press the issue for at least the while KSH is holding on to that Aegis. Or maybe they want to take a fight. Who knows? Because right now they are dispersed around the map, farming for who knows what. Jed can build up the Hurricane Pike. Perhaps he wants to get his buyback alongside that. You have Lewis farming up for that Lincoln Sphere. Is going to be decent. I mean, he can use the Aghanim's Blessing and then buy a Lincoln's. So he should have enough gold for that momentarily. I mean, the Lincoln Sphere is going to cost him about, what, 1,400, around 5,000 gold. Lewis comes in. KSH, is he baiting? Does seem like it, but KSH, he will give up his first life. Skille is also going to get caught in, but he has a BKB. Will just use himself up into the air, but YG, they've already lost the one. KSH, his BKB is going to run out, so he has to try and go for a fight. Is able to take out Jed, now tries to turn it around Wee. However, Jed has come back into this. It's another Requiem unleashed by Lewis. He comes back in. KSH will end up going down. He was able to activate that Satanic, trying to lifesteal back, was able to take out the axe, but it's buybacks coming all the way through Interactive Philippines. They have ran out of patience and they want to run over YG. B-Rabbit will be the last casualty as Young PH will call GG. That was a Hail Mary play by YG and it did not work out. In the end, Interactive Philippines, honestly, they played the near perfect early game against YG, able to punish them, dominate them wherever, and this sneaky little Morta mid pick from YG did not really work out as planned. There was no Maelstrom, but Young PH was itemizing like he's playing a carry Morta. if you do go for that route, a Maelstrom would have actually been pretty darn nice, especially considering the gunslinger ability that the Morta has. But if you do want to go for the mid Morta, perhaps then YG should be going for the magic damage. I mean, the Deadshot Aghanim Scepter would have been absolutely massive, since you can go through heroes, you can Deadshot multiple of those targets. But it's pointless to go on about these things. At the end of the day, it is going to come down to who was a better team today as we head on for a game number 3. Interactive Philippines and YG both one series up at EPL, which happened yesterday, and now only one of these teams is going to be at the top of the group stage chart for at least the current standings, and we will find out who that's going to be right after a short break. back to the EPL World Series Southeast Asia.
Remaining.
In the final game between Interactive Philippines and Yangon Galacticos, only one team can truly be the winner of the series. And I'm not sure who it's going to be because Interactive Philippines honestly played a phenomenal game last time around. Lewis was just an absolute beast on that Shadow Fiend. V with the axe had an amazing performance. Let's see if they can replicate it. Yangon Galacticos,
Ban.
they're a team that come back stronger. So Interactive Philippines, however well they played last game, they're going to have to play a whole lot better. YG do have that Skywrath Mage, and they have the Storm Spirit and the Mars. Skywrath Mage plus Mars is a pretty decent combo because as long as you can skewer someone, whether to a tree or your own arena, you should be able to take them down with the Mystic Flare. The Tree and Protector's Living Armor synergizes with the Storm Spirit who wants to play aggressive, so the Storm Spirit can zap in, and as long as he has a Living Armor, he's going to have that added buffer to survive any potential counterplay. To be fair, there is not too much counterplay. There is the Primal Beast's Pulverize that you'll have to be careful of, and the Jakiro's Ice Path, but apart from that, there's not too much that they can catch the Storm with. Sure, you do have the Tusk's Volder Sponge, but it's still not going to be as effective in catching the Storm. There's no super reliable lockdown. So maybe someone will have to build up a Silence, but no one really builds up an Orchid on the side of Interactive Philippines, I think. The Primal Beast is probably not going to go for it. So I think it's just going to come down to whoever they pick up for the mid lane, or maybe even the off lane, depending on where this Primal Beast is going. It should be the off lane hero, but you never know. Because a lot of teams do play the mid lane Primal Beast. It's more common in the European region, but maybe it's also coming towards the Southeast Asian region.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Interactive Philippines. Thinking about their last ban, have to decide on a carry hero. Is it just going to be the Terrorblade ban? Because it's still available in the pool. YG had a great Terrorblade game in that first round. So maybe you take the Terrorblade out, even though you do have the Pulverize, so the Terrorblade isn't that great in the game. Interactive Philippines choose to ban out the Troll Warlord. YG, will they go for the TB, or is it going to be something else? No, it's actually going to be the Clinks. Not exactly a hero with a lot of sustain, but someone that can honestly, with that barrage, destroy the Gyrocopter. And they had the Tree and Protector, so I think, well, to be fair, I should have seen this one coming. The Tree and Protector's Overgrowth, coupled up with the Burning Barrage, is going to be too much for Interactive Philippines, unless they cast the Weaver, unless they cast the Clinks. And they do have the heroes to cast the Clinks. Storm is difficult to catch, but Clinks is a lot easier, does not have a high enough movement speed. Sure, he does have the Skeleton Walk, but outside of it, he's pretty slow. Ember Spirit should help them with the additional catch, and they also now have more reliable catch, a more reliable catch for the Storm Spirit. So Lewis will need to be careful, or rather, will need to be on his toes. He is definitely the one who will need to create the space and the plays, and I do think Lewis can do it. We have to wait and see. Interactive Philippines versus Yangon Galacticos. Let's see what they can come up with. As far as both of these two drafts are concerned, I do very much think it is an even draft. I just really think it depends on how these two mid laners play. It is going to depend. It's going to come down to Lewis and Young PH, who will have to create the plays for their team. Of course, a bit of the role also goes towards B-Rabbit, I believe, and even V on the Primal Beast. I think this is also a pretty good playmaking game for both of these two offlaners. One comes in with an AoE control spell, one comes in with an AoE stun. Although it's not exactly a very big stun, but it's super disruptive in the team fight. So they do this, the kind of the same thing. So too does the Spirit. So it's both sides trying to play the same strategy. YG are definitely the team that know how to play it faster. We'll see if they can do that this time around.
Prepare for
Mars game. He's not wrong.
Are you
B Rabbit is not wrong either. The good luck have funds will be thrown out. Interestingly, YG started with the good lucks after game number 2. Game number 1, you know, they wanted all the luck for themselves. And then in game number 2, they decided, you know, let's share a bit of the luck. I'm only kidding, of course.
are you lost?
A full 5-man smoke coming out by Interactive Philippines. Are they going to go towards the jungle? They aren't really grouped up together, though. They are pretty divided. Barlow playing with the Jakiro in the smoke of deceit.
the battle begins.
Young PH is not going to go for the bounty rune, but it's still going to be 2 and 2 bounty runes each. I wonder what the idea behind Barlow's Boots of Speed is. Is it to attempt to outrun and outmaneuver against Lun? Because the Treant Protector is honestly quite slow again compared to the Zakiro? Or is it to just rotate around? I'm not exactly sure, because normally utility items or some regeneration, some blood grenade, a sentry to block the camp, like these items would be pretty good. I mean, he does get the sentry now, as V has probably eaten the entire creep wave. Tower will get pushed, also loses about 300 HP from, honestly, the get-go, which is pretty good for the side of Interactive Philippines. But this lane should be pretty passive, I suppose. I don't think that either side should be coming out ahead with the advantage. I don't think there's going to be many kills happening. I just think that the entire point for Interactive Philippines is to try and pressure this tower. Mid lane is, of course, 2 spirits, which means that this is entirely a skill-based matchup. Whoever comes out ahead, you know, whoever plays better is going to come out ahead. There's no inherent advantage a spirit hero has against the other, as far as you know, as far as I can think of. Storm may have, I suppose, the very slight advantage, but it's negligible, honestly. At the end of the day, both of these 2 heroes are going to go for their respective, you know, first key items that will determine you know, when they can rotate. Getting those items earlier would definitely go a long way. Lewis will get the first earlier power spike because he's going to, you know, the vessel has a build-up. The first component is the urn, so once you have the urn, you still do have some use coming out of it. Meanwhile, Young PH, you know, he is probably going to go for that Guardian Greaves, so I'm sure the mechanism also, you know, provides that heal. I actually forgot. Nowadays you go for the mechanism into the Guardian Greaves. So yeah, when you have the mechanism, you do have a lot of use from it. But the mechanism costs more than the urn. Eris, as well as Jed. This is another one of those classical combinations, actually. The Gyrocopter with the Tusk. Eris has gone for the tag team instead of the Drinking Buddies. Normally, we do see the Drinking Buddies favored with the Gyrocopter, but not in this game, apparently. B-Rabbit, he is not going to get stuck inside the shards. In fact, B-Rabbit's actually going to skewer Eris, and it's Jed who needs to be careful. He is going for the long way out, trying to find an escape. B-Rabbit unleashes another rebuke, and this should be first blood drawn. Eris will go down to YG, coming out with 2 quick kills and an early game head start. Of course, it is going to be traded as Interactive Philippines actually take apart the 2 heroes over on the top side too. No, Lun stays alive. Dual breath missed. They do still find KSH. If only Interactive Philippines played it a bit more defensive, they would have actually had drawn first blood. But it doesn't matter, parallel timelines. We are in this one. And in this one, KSH should be playing a lot more careful. He is going to be the big source of damage later on in the game when the Storm Spirit can't. And playing against a Tusk, the Snowball is always going to be used to try and save someone against the Storm Zap. So that leaves the Clinks the one to have to come to with that damage. Eris trying to stack up. He has Lewis besides him, but he should go down to the additional remnant coming in. Lewis has no more flame guard. Even though Barlow does come in, Lewis cannot actually go after Young PH. It will just be 1 kill. In fact, Young PH will actually teleport towards that mid side to secure another water rune. Lewis, his salve actually got broken. Lewis might actually die here. Young PH just needs 1 more hit. Actually had it, but the fairy fire from Lewis keeps him going. At the end of the day though, that is a clear outplay coming in by Young PH, recognizing exactly how much time he had. Even breaking away the salve, Lewis appeared a bit shocked when Young PH showed up.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Skill late.
Understood.
6-minute power rune about to spawn. It's also the Lotus is about to spawn. And I suppose that it should be going the way of Young PH, but no, he's all the way back in the fountain. So too is Lewis. It's very interesting seeing both spirit heroes go back to the fountain. It will probably be Lewis who will be able to secure the regeneration rune simply because he got here first. And so with this regen rune, he will have the advantage for the next 2 minutes. Or at least the next minute or so. Top lane once again, KSH in trouble. And then there is triple trouble he found himself in. In fact, even Lun, how does Lun stay alive every single time? He's teleporting away. KSH falls, but it's definitely not a good look for KSH to keep going down like this. I mean, that's his 2nd death. And I think that Interactive Philippines recognized the fact that it is going to be the DPS coming in from the Clinks. So you disable the Clinks, perhaps you're going to be able to disable the overall output of damage coming in from YG.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It is a good enough idea.
Ember strength, now rekindled.
Level 4 on the Clinks certainly does not bode too well, but what I'm more looking at is the fact that both of these two teams are choosing to play this passive. Sure, there have been 6 kills that have happened in that 8-minute mark, but I would expect the Skywrath Mage, the Tusk, Jakiro, these heroes to rotate away. Or at least pressure all of these towers. They've been able to take apart that topside tower, but now it's time to head for more. You do have the Jakiro with the level 2 liquid fire. I think at this current point in time, YG will not fight back. Because they're simply not in a capacity to. But Interactive Philippines, they have set themselves on this idea that KSH is the big bad danger and they will take him out for a third time. YG, surely this is going to be a wake-up call that they need to make moves. That they can't play passive any longer. They're going to make their own play on the opposing carry. It is the gyrocopter inside of the arena. A long-range zap coming in as Barlow is unfortunately going to be stuck in this position. No, he has his teammates nearby, but Rabbit has the living armor kicking in. He will skewer, send the Tusk towards that low ground, but Eris should be able to rejoin the Ember Spirit and take out Skillay, and overall 2 for 2. Not too shabby, honestly.
Never refuse gold given.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lewis is potentially going to hit that vessel timing at about 12 to 13 minute mark. Young PH has the mech almost at the ready. Neo, rather, no, he needs about 800 gold for the mech. He's pretty far away. And this is the point I was bringing up. The Ember Spirit quite simply has a bigger power spike compared to the Storm Spirit.
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Tier 1 tower is going to go down. Level 3 liquid fire available for Barlow means that Interactive Philippines should and will look to pressure all of these towers. I don't know if they will, but they most definitely should. Take out as many towers as you can early on. Close YG space. That is the way to win this series. For YG,
Dire's
you
middle
have to
tower is
prevent
under attack.
Interactive Philippines from doing that. And you have to buy space for KSH so that he's able to come up with the damage. That is certainly the way to make space, by taking out Jed. YG dishing out the same medicine that they were forcefully fed from Interactive Philippines. B-Rabbit, of course, is going to be the casualty once more, but I suppose this is worth it if you're able to take Jed out. As B-Rabbit stays alive for just a little while longer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Got it.
KSS almost has the Desolator in about 1,000 gold. Should have it in about by that 13.5 minute mark. Primal Beast has the Blink Dagger, so they do have a lot of options to maneuver around the map. You also do have Rabbit, who will approach that Blink Dagger timing pretty soon. It's still further away, like around a minute or so, maybe even 2 minutes, because Mars doesn't farm up that fast. His own sentry is blocking the camp right now, so he only has the small camp and the creep wave to deal with.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Vessel, a lot of power spikes actually nearing for both teams. One is already available for IAP, of course. It is that Blink Dagger for the Mars. And again, IAP have started to slow things down. They will go for a Smoke of Deceit play, but they won't be able to catch anyone. But maybe now with the Smoke of Deceit play, they are planting down some vision, so they should look to settle for this tier 1 tower. It is very healthy and it can go down pretty easily with the level 4 Liquid Fire. But they will make a play for Young PH. However, it was YG ready and waiting. Pulverize is going to be there too, and maybe Young PH will fall, but no, he gets the burst of heal coming in from his Greaves. It will be a sacrifice B-Rabbit has to make, but I think he's going to be happy with that, or at least his team will be. Young PH will most definitely be happy about that. Look at how happy the Storm Spirit is. He's just... This is how happy the Storm Spirit is. Lune is also going for a Blink Dagger. B-Rabbit now does have his Blink because he was the one who secured the kill before going down. So now with the Blink, maybe you make a play in about 50 seconds. Maybe afterwards, sooner or later, you will have to. But KSH does have his Desolator now. So it does seem like YG are in a pretty good spot. Honestly, IAP have not been pushing at all. Apart from the 2 tier 1 towers they were able to get, they needed to do more, because when you have a Jakiro, and the fact of the matter is you take down the opposing carry twice or thrice like they did in this game, you have a prime opportunity to go for a lot of towers. At this point of the game, they may have been able to break through all 3 tier 1s and maybe even a tier 2. But because they didn't, they've given away so much space to YG to be able to do quite a lot around the map.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Skill Day is going to fall pretty easily. Skill Day, honestly, every single time the Skywrath Mage is visible in this game, when you have an Ember Spirit and a Gyrocopter, Skywrath Mage has no survivability. It's just so hard for Skill Day to stay alive once he gets revealed. Perhaps YG will look to create stacks with the Desolator. Barlow will sound the go call, and Young PH will concur. Game will resume. Young PH goes for the long range zap. Barlow will actually go down. He was able to take the Observer Ward out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just some cheekiness between both of these two sides. His hero was bugged. It's still bugged. Well, considering both teams want to play it passive, then the question becomes who wins in the passive game. And again, the answer does not shift one way or the other, because you do have a gyro, you do have a way to initiate, and on the other side you have a cleanse and you have a way to initiate. However, one side's initiation may have not been successful from the start, but they do again find skill lay. He has been the unfortunate casualty in the midst of cores trying to kill other cores, honestly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Tusk.
structures are fortified.
Eris is able to land the shards on KSH.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Tower should go down, but young PH, he comes flying in. Eris slowed down by the tree and protector, and now the Clinks will make quick work of him. Macropyre does get planted down, and so does the Ice Bot as Wee comes in with the Pulverize, so at the very least they will be able to punish Lun. So it's going to be a 1-for-1, but Desolator stacks going for KSH, Galvanized Charge going for young PH. Very well worth it for the side of YG. Less so now because Lewis has taken out Skill Lay by himself. That was a solo kill, so level 13 for the Ember Spirit. Young PH is ahead though, but that's probably because of the creep kills. It is. Young PH actually has 60 more CS compared to the Ember Spirit, and you can see this reflected in the net worth because Young PH is at the second place position with about 9,600 gold or 9,600 net worth, while the Ember Spirit only has about 8,500. Young PH comes flying in. Barlow will go down. Jed going to be held in by the Vortex and does not have a BKB in the end. He too will go down. Eris, who tried to help out the gyrocopter, will unfortunately be stuck inside a Rabbit's arena. He will be stuck inside the rabbit hole.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower, this is how you push. This is what happens when you don't push against the Clinks early on.
Has fallen.
You start losing your towers. Tumbler toy from KSH. He avoided the Pulverize with that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower is standing towards the mid lane, but for how long is the question. The catapult is there, and every time you leave YG free, they take an objective. The shard for the Clinks means that all of these objectives, they're very vulnerable. And the Mantis Star for the Gyrocopter means that Jed will lack damage. He's going for the Hurricane Pike next, and then he'll go for the BKB. So then that means his damage dealing item will only start to come about after that 27-28 minute mark, once he's done with these huge upgrades. And he needs these items. He needs the BKB and the Hurricane Pike. But honestly, an Aghanim Scepter or a Chrysalis would have been much better to start off with rather than the full Yasha or rather than the full Manta. We goes in for the pulverize, but did not actually have the pulverize. So I'm surprised that we went in there. He also used his full BKB
Is under attack.
for that. Perhaps he expected Lewis to be able to use the searing chains. Perhaps he expected some follow-up stuns. But young PH, he has a lot of space now. Eris grabbed up KSH. Too much damage coming in from the Clinks there. As we has no BKB. He revealed that in front of YG. Eris will buy back to try and reverse some of the losses. As the Treant Protector has fallen, so too will Rabbit. KSH trying to dish out the hits from that high ground. Jed is falling low, but KSH, he's in an awkward position. Will go down. Jed will end up with a triple kill. In fact, Jed will end up with an ultra. He also got the unstoppable streak of the Clinks. Doing a 3,000 gold going their way, with Jed being able to get around 1,600. I think YG bungled that. Massively so. Because what was supposed to be 7 to 8 minutes of farming time has been cut by 3 to 4 whole minutes. It's nearly halved itself because Jed now almost has a full BKB up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm over here. Double damage.
Young PH probably has the Witchblade coming in. Wouldn't have. Well, I suppose the Orchid here is not that reliable. Primal Beast has the BKB, Gyrocopter has the Manta style. It could have been good to take either Jakiro with, or maybe even the Tusk, but I suppose the Witchblade does a similar thing. You can even force out the Snowball, because I think the Tusk will be forced to use it if you go in with the Witchblade debuff. Roshan sneaked out by Interactive Philippines. Even I did not see the fact that they were taking Roshan. They have the Aegis now up for Lewis.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So they do have a bit of a buffer. The second life means that they can take a 6v5 fight. YG are holding on to the lead. But with these 5 minutes Interactive Philippines have, will they continue to hold on to the lead is the question.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
YG, the pings are coming in, but everyone is so separated. They see Young PH is going to go for the zap in, and they are going to look to burst we down, will be able to acquire the kill. But what more are they going to be able to find is the question. With the rest of Interactive Philippines huddled up close together, doesn't seem like YG want to press the issue. As I say that though,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
does seem like they want to be going for some kind of a wraparound. There is no ward there, so they already know that, so the triangle is safe to play in. Meanwhile, Interactive Philippines are going to signal and carve out a path on their part of the map that they want to pressure the tier 2 tower. We has the pulverize, has the grab. Rabbit has his own BKB. They will choose to disengage, leave skill late to his fate. But overall, not too bad. We had to use his own BKB, so it was a BKB for a BKB. Sure, it was a 9-second one being used by the Mars. Oh no, Young PH! He got hit by the punch! He is lucky we does not have the pulverize. It was used earlier. Otherwise, Young PH would have been a goner. Well, maybe not, because he does have the Sanj. Bot lane KSH split pushing the map tier 2 tower. When you leave the Clinks alone, your tower falls by around 70% of its HP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
6,000 net worth up for YG. Sure, it's not that big. And the gyrocopter is now going, didn't decide to go for the Hurricane Pike, is going for the damage-based item. So once he has that Daedalus, perhaps Interactive Philippines will feel confident enough to take a fight to YG.
Radiant are scanning.
Lun yet does not have the shard, but once he does, YG will have improved map vision.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Young PH will go for the zap in, but instantly gets pulverized. But the response comes in from YG. It's chaotic, but it's effective. An arena that actually catches everyone. Jen will be able to escape, but Lewis will not be so lucky. And the gem is going to hit the deck. Interactive Philippines lose the 4. YG, they came in so quick, and B-Rabbit with the arena just absolutely perfect with it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
KSH,
Radiant's
he has a Chrysalis of his own. Now the lead is pretty high. 11,000 net worth right now. Up for YG. It's pretty soon going to be to 12,000 mark. As right now they can head for the high ground if they want to. And with the Clinks, this high ground, it is easy enough to take down. However, for the moment, they do have the backdoor protection. It's going to wear off, and the tier 2 tower is going to go down. There is no glyph available, so maybe KSH will be able to take apart this melee barracks too. Ember Spirit is going to respawn in about 5 seconds. Interactive Philippines will they force a fight, but YG will disappear before. This is...
Dire are scanning.
Honestly, I do not think Interactive Philippines should group up like that. I think that Jed should keep his distance. Barlow should most definitely keep his distance. And the only one who should go in for the first second is we, because he can survive. He has around nearly 3000 HP. He has a BKB. So let the Primal Beast go in first. And then
Radiant's
assess the situation, what's happening, and then go in with the rest of your team. Maybe the Ember Spirit can join the Primal Beast as they go in, because the Ember Spirit has an escape mechanism, and because of the Shiva's Guard, he has enough armor so that he can survive any potential counter initiation coming in. As he did survive in that previous fight too, for the first few seconds. He died later on, but he was able to make it out of the arena. Full BKB being used, but young PH, he knew exactly where we would go. Ownage calls coming out. Shiva's Guard up for young PH as well. So both teams playing with the Shivas. Young PH almost has hit his level 25. Can think about going for the Aghanim Scepter actually, if he's about to hit his 25. You know, only one level away. Getting the Aghanims would mean you can make use of the Overload attack bounce. And if Interactive Philippines group up together, that is going to be essentially their end. Overgrowth, Arena, Kalinx, who deals so much damage in a straight line. You have young PH with the Vortex. You can even give the Kalinx the Overload charge, by the way. So, you know, then you have Overload on top of the fiery arrows. It's lightning plus the storm.
My plate resounds.
Roshan is going to fall. KSH will pick it up.
Where's the party?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Eris has gone down.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Lewis will remnant back. Tier 3 tower is going to get broken apart.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Young PH, or rather no, it's Black Rabbit. He is going to go in. With the Primal Beast using the Polarize to do what little he can, but it's an Overgrowth coming in by Lun, catching Interactive Philippines at that back line. We will end up going down. Jed sent back, or rather will walk back. It's Barlow, or rather young PH, who will be able to zip away. We was not able to catch him. We is going to go, almost actually went down, but will stay alive. KSH needs to be careful. He does have that second life, so it's not really, it's really okay if he does fall.
Radiant are scattered.
Young PH once again going on towards Jed, and this time around the Vortex will hold Jed in. Interactive Philippines, they may as well call it, because this game looks like it's pretty much done and dusted. YG, 26,000 net worth ahead, 36 minutes in. No stopping them. Because if Interactive Philippines continue to play, they will have to play against Mega Creeps. Jakiro Barlow will buy back into the game,
Radiant's top barracks are under
and it seems like it's going to be one last ditch effort. But as Lewis jumps in, he got hit by... Oh, the Hex coming in. And even we is going to fall. GG will be called. It is going to be Interactive Philippines who will lose this series. YG will acquire the win 2-1. A pretty phenomenal game overall, but I have a feeling, not a feeling, but like, Interactive Philippines played the last game, the game number 2, so incredibly well. This game, they played it so incredibly passive. When you have a Jakiro, when you're able to shut down the opposing side's carry, you are supposed to start pushing. They let the bot lane tier 1 towers stay for so long. They only took 2 tier 1 towers at the 15-minute mark. For a team that's ahead with a Jakiro, that is not enough. You need to take all the 3 tier 1 towers by the 12-minute mark. Get them down within the 10-minute mark if you can, that is ideal. But 12 to 13 minutes, you should have the tier 1s down. And then later on, you should have, by the 15-16-minute mark, at least one tier 2, or at least try to pressure the tier 2. Interactive Philippines did not push at all. They let the Klinks farm after taking him down thrice in the laning phase. They let Young PH farm. They let B Rabbit farm. They let YG come fully online. And in the end, YG's catch would prove to be a bit too much for Interactive Philippines. But I will say, Interactive Philippines, they're a very strong contender for EPL. Considering the fact that they do have Lewis, the former Execration mid laner. They have Eris, the former Nemesis player who went to TI. They have quite the star-studded lineup. So, and they have Jed, the former carry for Team Ivory. So they have quite literally assembled a great lineup on their side. V is also a pretty good offlane player. Barlow, I think, is better on playmaking supports rather than these passive supports. Or supports who don't set up fights for your team. So I think with those adjustments, Interactive Philippines can be a very strong contender in Southeast Asia, and I can't wait to see what more they have to offer, as there will be plenty. Good news all over. They won the series yesterday, they won the series today, and it does seem like they are going to be a strong contender, more than likely to make it into the playoffs. All they really do need to do now is secure 1 or 2 more wins to guarantee their placement in the upper bracket of the playoffs. But enough about YG and Interactive Philippines. These were the 2 teams that won yesterday. Now it's on for the 2 teams that lost yesterday. It is going to be Team Ivory versus Team Essence coming up next. We are behind on schedule, so we won't take that long of a break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will resume with EPL World Series Southeast Asia in about 5 minutes, so stay tuned. the second best of three for today. Ivory versus Team Essence. Both of these two teams lost yesterday. Ivory lost to Yangon Galacticos and Team Essence lost to Interactive Philippines. And now we see both of these two teams go at it against each other. Although I will preface things by saying that even though both of these two teams did lose yesterday, Ivory is still one of the better, or rather one of the best semi-professional Southeast Asian teams out there. Team Essence constantly go through roster shuffles. Sometimes they don't even play at EPL, but quite clearly, Team Essence is an organization that is looking to field a roster. DCMG as their position 3, Lord Boons as well. They did play pretty well yesterday, but not well enough. I think in the first game, it was just a clear straight up outdraft. I think this draft has the game number 2 had a draft improvements coming out. I think even in this game that we see before us, the draft isn't anything to scoff at. This is a pretty solid draft overall for Team Essence. When I take a look at this draft, I notice the fact that Ivory, they are going to be playing the Axe, and Rapido is an Axe specialist. You also have Drake with the Skywrath main, so it does seem like Ivory are getting a lot of their favorite heroes. Shadowfiend, honestly, I would be afraid if I was Team Essence right now, because Ivory does seem like they want to be doing Ivory things. The Berserker's Call into the Mystic Flare, and then you have the Requiem and Chaotic Offering to come down on top. At the same time, it's not as simple as that, right? It's not as simple as 1, 2, 3. Team Essence do have the Mars with the Arena, the Wheel of Wonder, so they do have similar AoE abilities. They also have the Macro Pyre to drop down, and then they had the Klinx's Barrage. So things can go either way. I do think that it depends on the initiation. I think this is going to be a game where the offlaners are going to be the showstoppers. With the Axe, whether or not he can land the call, the Mars, whether or not he can go with the blink in and find a good arena. I think in the series before this one, YG, it did come down to the mid lane, the Ember versus the Storm. And then YG versus Interactive Philippines, right? It came down to the mid lane, the Ember versus the Storm, and also towards that off lane. This game does seem to entirely be the off lane heroes.
Dire team pick.
Very surprising to see Ivory ban out the Storm Spirit. There's only one reason why they would do that. It's probably because this is going to be a Shadowfiend on that mid lane. Team Essence ban out that Leshrac. Or rather, Team Essence pick out that Leshrac. Team Essence banned out the Puck and the Queen of Pain. So, are they not expecting a mid lane Shadowfiend? Perhaps they're right. Perhaps I'm wrong. That's always a possibility. Because it does seem like...
5 seconds remaining.
This is actually very interesting. Team Essence right now on... Either they're unsure or I'm unsure. I'm honestly unsure because Team Essence, because of Team Essence's bans. Ivory, is this going to be a Shadowfiend on that carry position? I think this is a pretty good mid lane magic damage Shadowfiend build. Honestly, you have the setups for it. You have the you have some heal coming in as well from the Warlock. You have a frontliner for you. You have the Skywrath Mage with the Ancient Seal that plus 40% magical damage on any of the targets. So it's honestly pretty good. Not to mention, Shadowfiend is really strong against the Leshrac in the laning phase. Ivory pick up the Earth Spirit, so it turns out Team Essence were correct in their assumption all along. It is going to be a Shadowfiend on the carry position for Ivory, and it's going to be an Earth Spirit for Ken. Don't exactly see too many Earth Spirits being picked up. I think even in the series yesterday, Ivory did not play the Earth Spirit. In all 3 games, they had the Storm, they had the Leshrac, and they had the Ember, but no Earth Spirit. Now, the Earth Spirit did get buffed up, but I don't think he got buffed up to the point where he's going to replace any of the other spirits as far as pick priority goes. However, the AoE damage from the Earth Spirit is something that's very unique to him and him alone, and no other spirit has that. It's the overwhelming amount of AoE damage. And Ivory's draft is built around the AoE damage, right? There's Requiem, the Axis Call into the counter Helix damage, the Warlock's Fatal Bonds, and the Chaotic Offering. The Skywrath Mage is sure it's a single target, but it's also it's very small AoE. Let's ignore that. And now you add the Earth Spirit on top. Not to mention, Earth Spirit is also one of the only natural blade mail builders of amongst the Spirit Brothers. So the Klings is going to have a rough time if he decides to target the Earth Spirit. It's a pretty strong pick for Ivory, all things considered.
Prepare for battle.
Acts like this very much.
Go call will be sounded out, and the logos are not appearing on the screen, so I will actually
Like this very much.
do something for you guys just from my end. It will take a while, so I do apologize if it won't take a while. Actually, it will take just about 2 seconds, but I do apologize if the camera will be wonky. This is for you guys because it will make things a lot easier for you.
Thirty seconds to battle.
There we go. So now you can see the teams on your screens. Hopefully that makes the experience a bit easier for you guys. Because normally when the team's logos are not visible on top of the screen, people usually wonder which side is playing which. And to avoid all of that, I have now just added the logos. It is going to be Ivory on the Radiant side. It is going to be Essence on the Dire side for at least game number 1. There was a smoke of deceit play, but nothing really happened from that. Both teams will acquire, I believe, 2 and 2 bounty runes each. And they'll go on their merry way. Earth Spirit versus a Leshrac. This is something that I didn't touch up on. I think Ken should be okay. Blue has gone for the Chronoptic Nourishment fast hit, but already Lord Boons falls. He grabs first blood. Over on that bot lane, it is honestly not too many raises used. I think it might have been actually the full 3 raise combination used, but weren't able to fight back against that anyway. DCMG could have thrown down the spear, but perhaps he didn't have it. No, he did go for the rebuke, so he didn't have the spear available to actually push back at the Shadow Fiend. It's a good ability because if when you push back the Shadow Fiend, you can essentially create a gap where the Shadow Fiend can no longer send out the raise. Rebuke also repositions the Shadow Fiend, but only by a little small, very small margin. Over on the top side, Rapido as well as Drake, they are playing 2 very aggressive heroes. Skywrath Mage plus the Axe means that Jakiro, normally when you can trade really well, Skywrath Mage is a hero that probably doesn't want to trade with his right clicks. He'll probably want to trade with his Arcane Bolts. And then you add in the Battle Hunger from the Axe that is going to be kicking in. We may even see Rapido max out the Battle Hunger, because you do gain a lot of value from that. Right now, he's using the Battle Hunger on NSC, who has the Death Pact, where it can quite literally break the Battle Hunger at any single point he wants. But maybe they want to force out the Death Pact. That's the only thing I can think of in my mind when I see an Axe using a Battle Hunger on the Clinks. Lord Boons is the target of the Battle Hunger now, and look how slow he is with the concussive shot. He's even pretty slow with the just the Battle Hunger, but he's able to find the deny. I suppose a Twin Terror facet helps him with the denies, right? Gen is leading in terms of lost hits over on the mid lane, 16 CS compared to the Leshrax's 13. And it does seem like it's going to be a pretty important Earth Spirit game. I do expect some rotations to come out early on. And the problem with the Chronotic Nourishment facet for the Leshrac is the fact that you're going to be farming up for your Guardian Greaves. You can already see Blue queue the Guardian Greaves up. And because he's going to be farming for the Greaves, Ken won't need the Greaves. Ken will probably just go for the Vessel build. And when you have the Urn, you can rotate. So Ken will be rotating while Blue will be farming. And so then it's just a matter of who's able to come out with what when you do finally find the farm. And how many kills Ken is able to get in between of Blue farming and him rotating. 4-minute Water Rune being picked up by Ken. He doesn't have the Rolling Boulder. Blue could make his way across, but Drake will actually grab the Water Rune on the other side. Blue won't be too unhappy about that because he is quite honestly at full HP and mana. He can sustain for 2 minutes longer with the current HP pool and mana pool. Oh, Ken tried to roll on forward towards Blue, but Blue was quick on his feet. He has 4 of them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
DCMG has the Fatal Bonds on him, but will actually find a spear. Cannot actually go any forward because otherwise he would fall to the Shadow Fiend. In fact, Z3 needs to be careful. A few more hits and Z3 will fall. Going down to the Shadow Fiend all by himself, even WoW, or rather DCMG is going to be in trouble. Lord Boons is here to push back at the Shadow Fiend, but in the end, it is going to be the Shadow Fiend coming up with a big advantage. Karma, I think, is the player on the Shadow Fiend currently. Topside NSC in a world of trouble because Lord Boons has gone towards that bot lane. NSC is guaranteed to fall here. No way to escape the jaws of that axe. Or rather, the fists of Rapido. However, mid lane Blue, able to get a kill on Ken. It took both of the supports coming in to help him, but he did get the job done, and he's rewarded for it. He ends up with a regeneration rune. Just when he's at about 10% HP. Incredibly fortunate to have that. As He will also go down. So Essence quite clearly are able to fight back in a pretty significant way. And now, Rapido as well as Drake, they might be in trouble. Because you do have Lord Boons as well as Z3 rotating in. Lord Boons will come across Drake. He will throw out the Ice Pod too. Daggers to fly in. Drake slow down for NSC to come in for a few hits with his arrows, and that will be a kill. Rapido was able to trade though, so he got a lot of solo experience for that. He is level 5 on the axe and actually wants to charge forward. He may be able to get it done. Z3 will go down. Rapido will end up with a double kill. But now that Blue is here from over the side, that is something Rapido did not take into account. Can he possibly escape from... Oh, Blue wasn't able to get the kill. In fact, Blue thought he could steal the Shrine of Wisdom. And Blue will end up going down. Karma was waiting for Blue. Oh man, the reason I think Blue wasn't able to get the kill was because he went like this instead of trying to go like this. It's a bit awkward. That is gotta sting if you're Essence right now. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not over. It's not close to being over, but it would sting. Rapido ending up with a double kill and running away. You can see the value he gains from that. 3,500 in terms of net worth. He is a full 1,200 net worth above that of the Mars. He's in fact ahead of both the Clinks as well as the Leshrac. But the big winner is obviously Karma, who has 2 kills, uncontested free farm on his lane, 3,800 in terms of net worth, and things from this point onwards might turn from bad to worse for Essence if they don't manage to stem the bleed.
Are scanning.
Blue. Silence down, no recourse available for him. It's also going to be DCMG who falls towards that bot lane, and that was essentially a solo kill. In fact, the Shadow Fiend tried to turn it around on towards NSC, won't be able to, but the fact of the matter is, if Essence brought 3 heroes here to try and take Karma down, how did Karma end up with a kill in return before he went down? They have stuns, they have disables, they have damage.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
This is not, honestly, the way that the past 2 minutes have transpired for Essence does not bode too well for them.
I think I can handle it. Scouting location?
Radiant are scanning.
NSC, with the haste rune, will just go back. But at least manages to steal the rune away from Team Ivory.
Dire are scanning.
NSC coming in. But the sentry ward spotted him out. There was an observer at the gate anyway. And the battle hunger in that scenario at least gives NSC the pause, right? It's a warning shot more than anything else. Ivory just demonstrating the fact that they know he's there. Ivory right now demonstrating the fact that they want to go in on towards DCMG. They know he has no spear. However, at the same time, there's no call on the axe either. DCMG will have the spear now. Rapido will get called back. Well, able to run away with the flow of the river and make it out to safety. Rapido, though, it doesn't seem like he's afraid of anything at this point. No, well, why would he be? Especially with Ken nearby. Lord Boons is going to fall easily enough. Rapido ends up with a dominating streak. Blue is here with the Leshrac, but this is a 1v3. Blue, what is he thinking? Able to dish out the damage, but in the end, he will go down before DCMG can come in. Ken will disengage entirely from that position, and Rapido is just too tanky for anyone to do anything about that. Even NSC is going to come in from the back line. Essence, they are bumbling it. Oh, this is...
Dire's bottom tower has
No, Rapido, I don't think Axe misjudged. I think Essence.
Dire's
I don't know.
is under attack.
That was I get the idea. I understand why they made that play, right? Because the Mars was teleporting in. So the idea was that the Leshrac
Tower is under
Blue was going to survive long enough for the Mars to come in, and then DCMG would unleash the Arena, the Spear, the Rebuke, turn things around, and at the same time, Klings was coming in from the back line. All of those things put together would have wiped out Team Ivory. But the fact of the matter is, their timing was just so mismatched. Mars came in with the teleport a second after, or maybe half a second after, the Leshrac had already fallen. And the Leshrac did not have the survivability to stay alive long enough. And NSC happened to come back half a second after the Mars had fallen. So it's just a train wreck.
Coming soon to a village near you.
Rapido
Axe drinks your tears.
able to take out the Mars.
Axe is swift without an axe.
Blue with the Leshrac finds a split earth. Ken is going to get punished for it. Great play coming in from Team Essence. Blue will survive, and that is very well worth it. And I think that's his Guardian Greaves. This is a huge pickup for Blue, because the Greave applies a basic Dispel, and now the Skywrath Mage's silence on Blue is not going to be effective. Blue can essentially just Dispel it on his own. He can Dispel the Fatal
under attack.
Bonds too, he can Dispel the Battle Hunger, he can Dispel all of those spells, but I think he will obviously keep it for the silence. And not to mention, the Earth Spirit's ultimate, the Magnetize, is also dispellable by a basic Dispel like the Guardian Greaves.
To battle! Good day to fight!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
One gear.
Yes!
Teehee is going to walk back, but is able to throw out the Golem. Wheel of Wonder wasn't successful, and even though Teehee falls, it's trouble right now. But turns out it's not trouble for Essence. Ken isn't here currently, or rather he is, but towards that back line. The Shadow Fiend has already fallen for Ivory. They've lost their carry, but now they will look to clean up at least what remains of Essence. And again, DCMG, nowhere nearby. At least not fast enough to help out his team in that scenario. An Arena in these positions would change a lot of factors. Even towards that bot lane where they died one by one, even towards that top side, they could have avoided those deaths if DCMG was there. Perhaps they would have been able to get even more done if DCMG was there. Maybe Ken would have died too. So Essence really need to pull it together and come into these fights with synergy, with actual synergy. Or don't fight at all, because if the idea is, we'll have to hold that thought. Rapido, this would be a pretty big kill. Lord Boons catches Rapido with the Ice Spot. NSE will do the rest of the work. A wicked 6-3 going the way of the Clinks. Huge pickup for Essence. Should be a wake-up call for Ivory, considering the fact where Rapido was farming. He chose not to farm his triangle or these camps, or I think these camps just spawn, but can farm the safe lane as well, the safe lane jungle as well, can stick to the mid lane. I mean, there's plenty of ways to farm. just not perhaps in a dire jungle. Ivory are not that far ahead. And coming back to the point earlier, if you are waiting for the Blink Dagger to take a team fight, then don't take a team fight. If your Mars is not ready, then give him the time to be ready rather than force a fight and lose. He will have the Blink DCMG in about 5 seconds. And now, I think Essence will look to take a fight. However, DCMG, he did get silenced down. Ken did not land the roll on top of him. In fact, oh no, Teehee, the Mystic Flare is so much damage coming on to Teehee, or rather to the Clinks. Teehee has fallen, and it's a great arena this time around. Rapido caught inside of it. Wheel of Wonder will be his end overall casualties on both sides of the map. Drake is going to go down too. And in the end, it is probably going to be Essence who come out ahead. However, Ken seems like he's not done quite just yet. Maybe he wants to make a play. Z3 silenced down, but Ken missed the smash. And that means that Ken is in a world of trouble himself, trying to go for the teleport out. There is no stun. So Ken will make it out. That's the second spell he's missed. It's got to hurt because that's a second opportunity for Ken. That's a second missed kill. He's also... I think Ivory need to slow down. They're forcing fights too much. Considering the fact that they got such a good ultimate off on NSE, he was able to still survive for quite the while. They need more damage on Karma. His BKB should help. But he does also need that Daedalus.
You had no chance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Tormentor going to go down. DCMG was waiting for the initiation, but now he's going to go in. Unfortunately, the arena has only cut the axe, and he's perfectly fine. Wheel of Wonder, though, catches the 3, but the BKB from Karma is not going to capture him. NSC has no more room to maneuver. It is going to be 3 heroes that fall for Essence. Another big loss to them. And the Leshrac Blue teleported away just as the fight started, I believe. Because honestly, the fight did not start very well. As soon as the Mars only got the axe in the arena, the fight was over to begin with.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Wait.
Radiant structures are fortified.
To the enemy.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Earth's bounty.
I'm the leader of this show.
Ken? Doesn't need the roll for that one. DCMG will just go down. The rest of SS are going to teleport in, but without their Mars, there is no way to take a fight, and I hope they're not thinking about this. However, at the same time, they burst Rapido down super easily. Ken will roll away, but it seems like Blue, he's still not done. As it turns out, Blue They kind of saw him. Ken will actually tumble dodge the split earth. However, in that high ground, NSC is able to deal out so much damage. And it turns out that Blue laid the perfect bait for the Earth Spirit. And he's still not done. It's Karma. He does have the BKB and he can turn it around. NSC, though, he has too much damage. Karma needs to get back. He was able to take NSC down as he died. Did get the experience from that kill. But for Ken to come in with a buyback, they need to get more done. Blue is able to run away, survive against the Magnetize. And another arena comes out from DCMG. This time it actually catches the support duo. Ken will go back in, wants to take out Blue, but unable to. Ken will actually fall. Blue does go down, but that is not worth it for Ivory as they have been team wiped. And now Rapido, who came in with the respawn, is in big trouble. He uses the call to buy himself some amount of space, but will get skewered to the tree. The Ice Frost, a lot of damage coming on towards him, but he is super tanky, so I don't think he's going to go down. Perhaps he wants to actually buy time for Karma to respawn and teleport back in. Ice Path will actually catch out Karma, but DCMG used the spear on Rapido. The Wheel of Wonder will be enough to finally allow Essence to escape, but overall, the problems that Essence were facing in the early to mid game, in the later parts of the laning phase, where they were going in one by one, not really doing much, that is the perfect description of what happened to Ivory just now. Shadow Fiend could have backed off, activating his BKB and just gone back from this position, but instead, Karma chose to fight back against the side of Essence. That forced Ken to come in with a buyback, or rather, perhaps it was a team decision to come in with a buyback. But Ken wasn't able to get the kill on the Leshrac. Ken died before he got the kill, so Ken got nothing out of that fight. And you can see the fact that Ken is struggling. Lowest in terms of net worth, which probably wouldn't be the case if he did not buy back. His buyback actually costs about 1,000 gold. DCMG is going to go down. NSC is here. Perhaps he'll be able to take out Drake, but Drake survives in on the edge of his life. Rapido, though, he is in trouble. Blue trying to run him down, but the Chaotic Offering comes down from T-He. Rapido does not have a Blink Dagger, but the slow on Blue might be enough. Drake does get the kill on Z3 as Ken over on the side tries to deal with the supports and tries to hold NSC in, but Ken has not been successful in that regard. It is going to be up to the rest of Ivory to try and catch up to Lord Boons as he throws down the Ice Path, and it doesn't seem like they will be able to catch up. Overall, though, still a good fight for Ivory, all things considered. They have the Aegis in their hands. They also do take out the Leshrac and a few other heroes. Sure, Ken does die, but in this fight, he played a bit of a sacrificial role at the cost of the greater benefit to his team.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Even though Ivory do possess a 7,000 advantage, I don't think this game is over. A lot of that advantage also has to do with the fact that the support difference is there in terms of net worth. But the difference between carries is not that high. When I say not that high, I do mean the fact that NSC has the necessary damage output to take anyone
Middle tower is under
from Ivory out. And all they really need is a good arena, which they have found time and time again. They found one shaky arena and plenty of good arenas.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Tower with the backdoor protection is going to, as the backdoor protection wears off, DCMG is going to hook, or rather spear Karma in. Wasn't enough to take out his life. He still has 2 minutes left on that Aegis, so I suppose the idea is that he's going to go for just lifesteal back up and then perhaps go for another play on that high ground, or maybe they're going to wait. Who really knows?
Radiant are scanning.
Honestly, they could go for either. And, well, this is not what I expected. They decided to go for a Smoke of Deceit play. Surely, I do not think that Essence are going to leave the base this way. Like, there is no way they come for the Shrine of Wisdom.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
Tower finally does fall. Chaotic Offering gets sent down too. The range barracks is going down. Macropyre has not yet been placed by Lord Boons. He's still holding on towards it. Or rather, no. Macropyre is on cooldown. The melee barracks falls as Lord Boons is splitting the map elsewhere, but rather Blue is splitting the map elsewhere, but he gets caught. He does have the teleport, but no BKB means that he can't teleport right in front of Ken. He needs to create a bit of gap, somehow try to find a way to blink out, but the rest of Ivory are going to descend upon him. Blue is going to turn a bit blue. Rapido catches the Mars with the call, who activates the BKB. NSC, though, over on the backline, got sent up into the air. Rapido is going to come in. They use the dust to reveal NSC as Karma tries to go in for the Requiem. Will not happen, but the last hit was enough to take out Lord Boons. They will make quick work of DCMG as well. As 3 heroes fall, Ivory have now paved the way for yet another siege.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wait.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Range barracks is going to go down. Melee barracks is going to fall.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
$32 and $20 right now. NSC and the rest of Essence, they will move upon Ken. They will be able to take him down as well as Drake. Karma, looking to unleash the Requiem, is able to do so and now activates the BKB and goes to work. Should have dished out one more hit on towards DCMG, but will choose to just teleport out, abandon Rapido as he stands. And in the end, NSC will end up with a triple kill. 1,254 gold going the way of the Clinks, a loss of 900 gold to Ivory. Honestly, it doesn't change much for Ivory because they only really need to break through one lane of barracks. Right now, what Essence need to do is try to find a way to take a barracks of their own. But they may not feel confident enough to walk up to that high ground, so perhaps they should try and lay a trap around the Roche pit, perhaps set some vision up. Roche isn't going to respawn anytime soon, but eventually he will.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Swift blink available for Karma as Essence huddle up close together towards that top lane. But what Essence don't realize is that the play for the barracks is already underway. Desperate teleports to come back into the base.
Top tower
Only the Jakiro is here for now. The rest of Essence do come in. Jakiro, though, 2 hits from Karma will take him out. And now no Jakiro for the team fight, but he does have a buyback. He'll probably be forced to use it as he does. However, Karma has escaped thanks to Ken. He is in trouble, but the Ghost Scepter will keep him safe for the momentary while. Rapido, though, will also go down. So Ivory have not been successful. They will have to disengage at the cost of 3 heroes at the very least. Did manage to take down the barracks, so they're slowly inching their way closer to victory, but at the same time, you don't want to negate the entire lead just at the cost of acquiring Mega Crease because of the fact that there is a Clinks on the other side. So Ivory could very well give this game up with Essence going for one swift push. All it really takes is one push to end the game if you're the dire side. Also true for the Radiant with the Shadow Fiend. Especially considering that NSC doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter, so it's not as fast of a push. Roshan is up. And where Essence wanted to plant a trap here, or I suggested for them to plant a trap here, they'll actually do one better. They will pick up the Aegis for themselves. And with the banner, with the Aegis, perhaps they can look towards attempting to take Ivory down. And then take a barracks or two.
Dire are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Still trying to find a way to break through. But time is running out for Ivory. NSC has that Daedalus, and soon they will have a Hex. Because JCMG is most likely to go for one. He has already queued it up. So in about 5 or 6 minutes from now, there is going to be a Scythe of Vice to play against. Ken is
Radiant's middle tower is under
waiting
attack.
for... I don't know what he's waiting for. It's a full minute past the Shrine of Wisdom, so it's clearly not there.
The jungle has everything Axe desires.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
NSC once again on the barracks, or rather on the tier 2s. However, it's
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
no split push coming in, so they will be able to find a tier 2. However, teleports over here, DCMG, he thought he saw the axe, and he did, to be fair. He was just a millisecond too late.
Radiant are scanning.
They're waiting for the Clinks, but even the Clinks is going to leave.
Come all. Step to it.
5,000 of a net worth advantage, just barely anything remaining. And it's not enough of an advantage to deter Essence away from the high ground. Ivory did have the massive advantage for quite the while in this game, for about the majority of it, but now things are different. NSC's Aegis, though, it is going to expire in about 30 seconds. They will go for the call. Mystic Flare is going to be there too. NSC's Aegis is gone. He will respawn and he will have the BKB for it. But towards the side, they already initiate upon Karma. The Wheel of Wonder, blue goes in as well. Karma is dead. Towards the side, however, NSC is in similar amounts of trouble. He does not have the BKB available any longer. It is wearing off. The Magnetize doing so much work. Rapido and co hold the front line as Drake is able to take out DCMG with a Mystic Flare and even goes on forward with the Blink Dagger, disables the Leshrax. Blink out and blue will fall. Turns out Essence made a big error in judgment. They thought they could take out Karma and that would be an easy game or an easy team fight from there, but they had another thing coming to them. And now with that team fight win, it's put Ivory back on the map,
Let me go.
back in the driver's seat.
Bounty.
I think I can. One gear in front of the other.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Rapido.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm the leader of this show.
Going to try and stack up against the barracks. However, he got speared in. Rapido should go down, but he stays alive for a little while longer. And with the auras, he's still going on strong. Call wasn't enough, though. And it turns out Essence's base is unbreachable at the current, as it currently exists. Ivory need to find some other way around it. And time is running out because their heroes are not scaling up. You see Ken not really having too much. I mean, he does have around 4,500 in his. I wouldn't even say piggy bank. That's not. He has 4,500 in his bank, I would say. Can have the enchant remnant and technically when you do have that, it's kind of like the walrus cake except better. The distance is honestly quite large. You enchant remnant someone, you just push them inside of your own base, or you can even use the enchant remnant on your ally, the cooldown isn't that high. It's 45 seconds, so you can use it once a team fight at the very least.
Is under attack.
Or maybe even twice a team fight if the team fight goes on very long, which it shouldn't, to be fair. These team fights are just burst damage coming in from NSC.
Top barracks are under attack.
Karma waiting for the back to protection to kick off, and he will go for it. He has the BKB too, so he'll actually be able to get it. Range barracks has fallen, mega creeps have been acquired. Karma will not be able to blink out or teleport out though. He will go down for about 90 seconds, but he has a buyback, and in the end, Ivory will secure the mega creeps. It's just not going to be enough to win the game all on its own.
There. Places, people.
All in service to imbalance.
My pleasure.
The 5 heroes of Essence are going to move on forward. The last time we tried this, Ivory were able to fight back without having to commit much. But this time around, Ken, as soon as he went in for the Enchant Remnant, he got hexed up and will be brought down. Now he does have a buyback of his own, will have to expend it as the Chaotic Offering comes down, and as he is slowed up, he will have to activate his BKB. Rapido, though, trying to go for the call, won't be able to find it. Rapido needs to be careful without a buyback. It's Ken who will smash against DCMG. Was enough to take him down, but Ken is in big trouble. That's a dieback on that Earth Spirit. Drake doesn't have a buyback of his own either. Ivory, they're crumbling as Rapido comes in as the savior. He is able to deter Essence away from the Skywrath Mage, but now Essence have taken one lane of barracks. They need to push more. They know that Ken does not have a buyback, even though you do have a respawn on the Shadow Fiend. This is the prime opportunity, and so they're going to go back in. But no, they go back as they went in, and now Karma shows up. Able to get the kill on Lord Boons, as Essence have all but vanished from that mid lane. One lane of super creeps is not enough. These creeps do not stack up against the mega creeps.
Nothing would please me more.
Dire are scanning.
Getting in gear.
A tithe to the imperial.
The scan from Essence is going to catch out that Roshan is underway. This could be a prime opportunity. DCMG, though, he is pretty far. He needs to close that gap, and he needs to do it pretty fast. Dagger, though, is going to land on Roshan, and they will realize that Essence are itching for a fight. Rapido, though, he caught the clanks. Escape Act is going to be there, and Karma is stuck inside of the arena. He will not be able to escape, and Karma will fall. In the end, Essence will hold on strong, and they will be able to acquire the Aegis. And now for another 5 minutes, we will probably see Ivory play passive because they don't have a buyback on the Earth Spirit, and they don't want to use. They will have. Oh no! There is no buyback on that Shadow Fiend, and there is an Aegis on the Clinks who is incoming towards your base. They do push the Clinks in, and he doesn't have a BKB. He doesn't have a team nearby. NSC able to run away though because there was no Skywrath Mage for the Mystic Flare. Ken once again to go in, but instantly gets hexed up and brought down. That is the second death without a buyback, and Ivory, they cannot actually defend this.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Who would have thought that it would have been Essence, not only with a network advantage, but it would have been Essence who would have Ivory all wrapped up under neatly in a bow. Rapido goes in for a call, but it's a futile attempt at best. He will not be able to survive over on that back line as Blue jumps in, or rather runs inside of that fountain. Will go down. The rest of Essence attempt to take out that Ancient, which is falling incredibly low. Drake trying his very best to make something happen as Rapido goes in. Drake unleashes the Mystic Flare on top of the Klings, but he has not fallen. NSC still had that Aegis as Karma is back in. Ivory somehow are still able to hold on to this game. NSC has lost his first life, does have a second one, but he also has the BKB, so he will be able to fight back. It's going to be a battle of the two hard carries going at it against each other. Z3 coming in with the escape axe time and time again, but now DCMG looks to be the difference maker, hexing up Karma, who does not have any recourse, trying to fight back with a nice call coming in from Rapido, but in the end, it's another hex coming in, and they will take apart that Shadow Fiend. However, Ivory, they're still not done. Ken is here with the Magnetize. NSC does not have a BKB, so Ken will be able to hold on to this base. C3 has fallen. NSC will also be going down. But he has a buyback. He does not have a buyback. No one has a buyback anymore, despite... Oh no, Karma has one.
Like a real boy.
So in the end, this game is going to go back to a bit of a stalemate because quite honestly, everyone has used their buyback. The only one who hasn't used it is the Jakiro,
Dire's ancient
as Lord Boone is trying to hold on to that throne. Still though, the big problem for Essence is the fact that they went all in for the throne, which was obviously the correct play at that point, but they weren't able to take care of the barracks. We have to hold that thought as NSC. He can't fall here. The escape back wasn't there in time. NSC has gone down for about 120 seconds. Even Z3 will follow him into the grave. Both of them down for about 120. And this will be Ivory's time finally to make one last push towards Essence's base. Lord Boone knows it's coming. He can feel it in his bones. There is nothing stopping this push from Ivory. They are determined.
Dire's ancient is under attack.
Meteor hammers as well. Enchant Remnant on the left rack. The only hope for Essence fading away. DCMG is going to respawn. That Blue's BKB should buy them enough time. Throne still not being targeted. It is going to be Karma held in, speared down, and he will not be able to clear up the throne. Karma has gone down, but in the end, Ivory do still possess a numbers advantage. Rapido falling incredibly low, but still able to stay alive. Lord Boone's the only one standing, but GG will be called by DCMG. Essence will realize that even after this long and hard battle, as Ivory will come out on top, but man oh man, did Essence make them sweat. Oh, I did not expect Essence to put up that big of a fight. I have a feeling that Ivory did not expect them to put that big of a fight. Honestly, I really did not know who was ahead at that point. It could have gone either way. Ivory, though, they, despite of all odds, were able to defend their throne. Despite of all odds, Essence were able to find a comeback. And it really did feel like a dream run, a Cinderella run for the throne itself. But honestly, I don't think that my post-game analysis can do this game any justice. It was honestly an amazing game to have costed, to have honestly seen. And I can only hope that the next one will be even better. I don't know what better actually looks like, but I'll just let the teams show us what better looks like. We will be resuming with EPL Southeast Asia for the match between Ivory and Essence, as Ivory are currently 1 up. We will come back right after a short break, so don't
seconds remaining.
Hey guys, welcome back to the EPL Southeast Asia. Team Essence and Team Ivory went at it in a pretty brutal battle, then went all the way to a throne rush. That is essentially what it was. Both teams not having a buyback really came down to the last man standing, quite literally. Lord Boons was the only one. And to be fair, Essence pushed Ivory to the very limits. And that is perhaps the most impressive thing from this roster. Now, I know DCMG, he has a few fans in the chat and everything, but Lord Boons is the only one with a verified Wikipedia. So that does mean that, you know, against a team like Ivory, who consistently make it into close qualifiers, they're even sometimes invited into the close qualifiers. I've costed Ivory in, for example, the Blast Slam close qualifiers. I was there in earlier in January, and then in October as well for the Blast Slam 4, 5, and 6 close qualifiers. I saw Ivory at least once or twice there, and this is a team that is not to be scoffed at. This is probably a team that is on the up and will rise to eventually be
Seconds remaining.
a tier 1 contender, kind of like Reconics. You know, and you may think that that's a really long time from now, but Reconics came in towards EPL. They did win a lot of the EPLs, and it did seem like there was a bit of a difference between Reconics and everyone else. But at the end of the day, Reconics played into tier 2 to tier 3 stage, and now they're heading to Malta for Blast Slam 6. They're heading to Dream League as well. So, you know, all of these teams, you have to go through the stepping stones to be able to, you know, make your mark on the big stage. Team Essence versus Team Ivory. As let's take a look at the draft. Ursa, Tiny, Windranger, Tree, and Protector. Decent-ish draft, I suppose. It does feel a bit too green, honestly. It in the sense that
Radiant team
I suppose they do have a lot of disables, especially between the Tiny and the Windranger, the Shackle Shot, Avalanche Toss, even the Tree and Protector's Overgrowth. But Ivory's side actually, I think, can output more in the team fights, can cause a bit more disruption. It feels like the kind of control Team Essence we're going for is better achieved by what heroes Ivory have picked up. And what I mean is that you have the Slitherine Crush followed up with the damage that the Slaughter can dish out. You have the Dragon Tail followed up with the damage the Dragonite can dish out. And even the Willow herself is considered, you know, can dominate a core too. Largo as well for the heal and the sustain and the Frog Stomp. It just seems like the AoE potential of Ivory as far as control goes is a lot stronger than what Team Essence bring in, even with the Overgrowth added into it. Now, the Ursa is always going to be an X factor because it just depends on how good of a game the Ursa has in the first 15 to 20 minutes. If he does have, you know, a great time, then he can take anyone out, including a Dragonite or the Slaughter. At the same time, it is hard for the Ursa to stack up against the Slaughter, even though he does have the Fury Swipes. The damage has been nerfed, so, and the Slaughter's healing is really strong in the early laning phase, or rather in the entire game. So it's an awkward matchup for the Ursa. Ivory will last pick an Ember Spirit for their side. This is one of Ken's most played heroes. Ken loves to play the Storm, the Ember, the Puck. These 3 heroes would be his favorite, I suppose. So again, Searing Chains into as a setup for the Slaughter Stun, and a lot of control really coming in. Not to mention the Corrosive Haze coupled up with the Sleight of Fist, which is again physical damage, means that their Sleight of Fist deals a lot of damage. It's a really strong draft. Queen of Pain has unfortunately been banned out by Team Essence, which would have been a pretty strong pick for their side, considering the 3 melee cores that Ivory are going to be playing with, and also a 4th melee support. Since they need to pick up something that is strong against these, you know, exploit the melee weaknesses. It's going to be an Underlord. That does work. So they'll play a Tiny on that mid lane and an Underlord over on the off lane position. But the Pit of Malice is going to be honestly very strong against Ivory. If I think about it, if you can get to the Aghanim Scepter, I think you can dominate Ivory. All you really have to do is plant down enough roots that NSC can do the rest of the work. He just needs the time to be able to take out Rapido and the Dragon Knight. At the same time, once Karma is in dragon form, it becomes really hard for the Ursa to actually stack up against the DK, because you also have the Largo's catchy lick, right? The repositioning, especially at that level 15 mark, the talent that the Largo has, the extra cost range and pull distance, he can actually pull people from afar. So NSC will have to be good on his jumps. I will adjust the logos in, don't worry. I have them set for all of you once the game does, once we do head into the game. But taking a look at the overall draft over here, I would say that it's actually going to be Ivory who do come out ahead, simply because I think I agree with their overall approach to the control they have. It does seem like they have a lot of answers. I also think that it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier game for the Dragon Knight than it is for the Ursa, simply because it's a pretty hard game for the Ursa. He will have to depend on his Underlord, and honestly, DCMG was pretty good in that last game. You know, up until the very end, he was finding the arenas. He did everything right by his team. But he's going to need to go above and beyond for his team this time around.
Prepare for battle.
You fought and died with honor. Just what I've been waiting for.
It does seem like a fight has already brewed. Lord Boons is the one who is going to get licked back, and Drake will take him out. First blood being drawn by Team Ivory doesn't bode too well for Team Essence. As I was adjusting the logos, which I will do so now. There we go. The logos are up for all of you so that you can tell. Another small skirmish here, but it's actually Karma who's in trouble. Dragon Knight trying to run back. He did go for a risky play to try and secure the third bounty rune and was able to find it. He's going to grab the fourth bounty. Ivory not only drew first blood, they also come out with 4 bounty runes. And you take a look at the difference in net worth right now. It is staggering, especially considering that he got yet another kill already, just bungled for Team Essence. Rapido needs to be careful though, even though they did have that goal advantage. He needs Drake nearby. NSC should be able to run him down, but Rapido actually went the other way. NSC does have the Earth Shock coming in. Is NSC going to dive the tower? Would have been very risky. Would have been able to get the kill, but there's no guarantee he would have been able to make it out. And since he didn't have the teleport, it was on cooldown. It would not have been the wise move. Towards the top lane, it is going to be DCMG and Z3 against T-He and Karma. This is a very good lane for the Honestly, I don't think it's a very good lane for either side. I think it's a very basic lane where we're probably not going to see much action happen. I don't think the shackle shot can be disabled or rather dispelled away. The lick is a basic dispel. It's not a strong dispel, so there's nothing to really dispel in this lane. Probably can reposition the Dragon Knight if he gets caught in the pit, but that's just about it. He cannot be traded with. Largo is one of the best traders in the laning phase simply because of the amount of HP this hero possesses and the high amount of base damage. 71 damage, 758 HP. Which makes it very hard to deal with the Largo as a support. Z3 will be successful in pulling the creep wave to his advantage, but Karma will drag the creep wave back. Won't be able to drag the ranged creep, but Teehee will just kick the creep away.
On my way.
Lotus fight going on towards the side there, but it will be going in favor of Lord Boons. Still though, right now, Essence just need to hold on strong because honestly, the net worth that Ivory were able to gain is going to take a while for that to naturally flow back and equalize. And it will come down to the lost hits at the end. Right now, Essence are doing a great job in terms of lost hits. Sure, Ken is at the very top, but the next three are all Essence's scores. It's easy for the Urza to stack up the lost hits, and that's what he should continue to do.
Feet first, worries later.
Four-minute water rune will be secured on either side. No deny really coming out. But it was Drake who took out the water rune towards that bot lane, so the Ember Spirit won't have that going for him. Blue does finally overtake the Ember Spirit in terms of lost hits. But it's probably not going to last for very long.
Dire structures are falling.
Ken has gone for the 2-1-2 build, which is interesting. Normally, I have seen a lot of some pro players go for the 4-0-4. Some pro players go max out the side of Fist. Ken, unable to find a toss-up. As towards the top lane, trades continuing to happen, but I think that Essence shouldn't try to trade here against the Dragon Knight. It's just a futile attempt, really. Dragon Knight has naturally 10 HP regen per second, so every 10 seconds he regens about 100 HP. And the fact of the matter is, the Catchy Lick gives him HP regen too. So if Teehee uses the Catchy Lick, Karma will regenerate 140 HP in the duration of those 10 seconds. At the same time, they are at least able to keep Karma low, but it's coming at the cost of DCMG also falling low, which I suppose is fine because the Underlord is expected. I mean, he has a buffer of the Firestorm. Oh, it's a rude kill shot, did not happen, but Karma will go down. Lord Boons was nearby, but turns out they didn't even need the hit. Teehee was not nearby enough to protect the Dragon Knight, and I think for Teehee, for the Largo here, that is supposed to be his role against the Underlord. He has the lick, so that is probably in this lane the best tool at his disposal. Just lick the Dragon Knight out of the pit. Because the pit can be dispelled. So when you apply the pit can be dispelled. So when you apply the lick, Dragon is dispelled away from the root. He can just walk away. I'm not sure if he gets repositioned. I will have to see that in order to determine it.
You fought and died with honor.
C3.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not on my watch.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Making her way towards that top lane. It's going to be yet another play on towards Karma, but this time around, the teleports, they are going to come in en masse from Ivory. They are not going to let Karma go down twice. Rapido continuing to farm up towards that bot lane. But 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom is going to spawn. Perhaps this is why Ivory have showed up with full force. They'll start things off with a Dragon Tail on towards DCMG. Frogstomp comes out too. And DCMG is trapped inside of it. He will go down as 10 seconds left of the Shrine of Wisdom, but they don't have the maneuverability to make it all the way there. It's Karma will get the treant low enough as Lord Boons makes his way across the gate. 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom is there. Z3 has collected the shrine on their side of the map. Lord Boons, though, he's might be making his way. Oh no, it's a stun. It's a play towards Rapido. He is slowed down by the trail of the vines as well. Rapido, though, still able to come up with a distance, but no, NSC takes him out, and Ivory will realize the folly of the judgment call is not right from their side. They give up the Shrine of Wisdom for nothing. Rapido should have collected it. If no one was able to come here in time, if the teleports were on cooldown, Rapido should have just gone and grabbed the shrine. Now the supports are going to be really under-leveled. DCMG once again in danger. Ken is here with the Searing Chains. The Firestorm does do a lot of damage, and with the Tiny coming in, that toss-up is enough. DCMG stays alive. It's actually going to be Teehee as well as Ken who will lose their lives. Another toss is incoming. Teehee will try to deny himself to the creeps. It will not happen. It will be DCMG, the one Ivory went in on, who's going to end up with a double kill.
You're not quick enough. I'm way ahead.
Underlord in trouble, will go down. Should have actually fallen back. I'm not too sure why he chose to venture on forward at about 200 to 300 HP. Certainly not the right decision. But I suppose he didn't expect the Ember Spirit to come back to the lane as well as the Dragon Knight.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, the Dragon Knight was always there, but the Ember coming back was perhaps a bit of a surprise.
Never refuse gold given. No, take that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
Ken going for that Spirit Vessel. At the same time, the Blink Dagger for blue is going to be pretty far. He did go for the Soul Ring as well as the Bottle and Wand. These are items you're naturally going to get on the mid-tiny. But that just means that your Blink Dagger is going to be far away. Especially since blue doesn't have any kills to his name. He only has assists, which don't give you much gold anymore. Drake, they need a few more hits to get Drake down. They're actually going to come in with the Fiend's Gate. Drake is going to be getting caught in their toss-up as there are blue. That is a kill he was able to pick up. Will go a long way for his Blink Dagger. 200 gold going to his way. Ken needs to find the Remnant out. Will be easily able to find it. Disables Lord Boon's teleport as well as it was in support of NSC. He will go down. Rapido acquiring the first kill to his name. And again, waiting for that Blink Dagger. These are the big items. It's the Blink Dagger from Rapido that Ivory will need to make some moves on towards Essence. And it's a Blink Dagger from Blue that will enable Essence to make moves of their own. The timings for these are going to be absolutely crucial. And it does seem like Rapido is actually ahead of the Tiny in that regard. Ken is here. He's going to eat a power shot as well as the toss, which is quite a bit. That ate through his Flame Guard as well. He will...
Radiant's bottom
You know, if you're a frog, you don't want to mess with a bear. That's essentially what that is. Bears eat... I don't think bears eat frogs, actually. I know bears eat fish. I've seen Brother Bear. That's what I get the reference from. That's where I get all my information on bears from, if I'm being honest.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Blue.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Dark Willow
Just
will just teleport away. Overgrowth did not actually catch him,
Is under attack.
which is interesting. Untargetable means that you won't even be targeted by an AoE route. I actually did not know that, but now I do, and that blows my mind. Blue is going to be licked back into the frog stomp.
Is under attack.
Ken will go down.
Got some wings. Bounty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
my purpose. I gust onward.
Karma is caught in once more. There are 5 heroes on top of the Dragon Knight, and he will go down. No recourse available to him at that point, as Rapido will try to pressure this tier 1 Dauber. Should be able to. However, NSC and Lord Boons are here. The only thing is, they don't know that the rest of Ivory are also here. Lord Boons is going to get spotted out. NSC also got hit by the Brambles. But now that DCMG is here with the Fiend's Gate, it's a Terrorize coming in from the Willow towards the side though. The pit is great from DCMG. It will actually hold Ivory in. Blue waiting for the Ember Spirit to remnant towards him as he uses the Avalanche, but Blue doesn't have the HP. It's a focus fire. It's actually a kill shot that will take out Ken. NSC trying to run around, trying to dodge out, or rather chase after the Willow, but the Bedlam will keep the Willow safe, at least for now. Overall, it will be a very messy fight for both teams, but it will go in favor of Essence. Not by much, but still. I think disabling the vessel is critical, but also disabling the Blink Dagger is also really important, as this time Karma will make sure to secure the Shrine of Wisdom if a support isn't nearby. And to be fair, the Dragon Knight has been struggling, so the Shrine of Wisdom going towards Karma is fair. Ken coming in against the Wind Ranger. Z3 killing spree going the way of Ken. A solo kill giving him a much needed experience. He's level 10 right now. And actually turns around. He uses the Searing Chains on towards DCMG, but this is a very tanky Underlord. Ken may have just overstepped, but he will have the Remnant back. NSC trying to chase after Ken, but did end up getting hit by the Searing Chains. Does not want to use the Enrage. Probably the threat assessment came out to be high risk for him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Drake will get picked up. Rapido was nearby, but it does seem like Essence are putting up a great fight. And they've been doing all of this without the Blink Dagger. Now that they do have the Blink, we'll see just how effective they are as they do catch Teehee. But he has a lick. Dragon Tail will come out on towards Z3 and a crush coming in from Rapido, his own Blink coming into play. So with both teams having the Blink Dagger... Oh, it's another toss, Blue. This wants to play with the tosses. NSC is coming in with the Battle Fury from that backline. Dragon Tail was used on towards NSC. However, it's a terrorize in place. It doesn't actually catch NSC. Rapido will not die to the kill shot. But it does mean that both sides have to disengage. But Teehee bought back for that. As I suppose it was a buyback from Z3 coming in as well. Again, a stalemate from both sides.
Gold and sweet.
Dire's middle tower is under
Dragon Knight, Karma, not having a great game. Blue will be tossed back on towards Rapido. Or rather, Rapido will be tossed back on towards NSC. And this is what I was talking about. The first 20 minutes of an Ursa Warrior are the most crucial, and it turns out that NSC is having a great time. He may not have the highest net worth, but that is a false comparison because the highest net worth also belongs to his teammate. So who cares if he doesn't have the highest net worth? And to be honest, the highest net worth is in possession of DCMG, who has about 10,000 net worth at the 18-minute mark. So he's quite clearly doing very well for himself. More than 500 gold per minute. As they'll head inside of the Roche pit.
are scanning.
Roshan will go down. NFT level 13 on the Ursa Warrior. Karma is almost level 13 himself too. There is a comeback potential. Of course there is. I mean, it's only barely a 3,000 net worth advantage. The only problem is you have to avoid the tosses. You can't get caught because if you get tossed back, you're dead. You should just forget about
Bottom tower
the game for your respawn timer. You know, from the point that you get tossed. I think the only one that can actually escape the toss is Ken, but even then, if he's actually able to remnant out, because it's very easy to use the pit on top of the toss target. They're in communication with each other, right? They're using the voice comms. This is not a pub game. This is competitive. So Tiny goes in, tosses the target to his teammate, maybe the Ember. Pit gets dropped down on that position. Ember gets rooted and he's dead. As we see Teehee, who is going to end up showing us what exactly that toss is made of. He does survive for a little while, and actually this is a great counter initiation coming in. Searing Chains will land on top of Blue as well as Z3, as Ivory will move on forward, but DCMG is here with a pit of his own. He has gone down. Rapido was not able to get the kill despite of coming in with a counter initiation, and it's going to be Z3 who will end up with the kill confirmed.
What have we here?
structures are fortified.
He gets caught into the side over there, will end up going down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As NSC will go on forward, Drake. 3 hits from the Ursa Warrior is all it really took.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Gen has the Eels, but honestly, the thing they lack most right now is attack damage.
attack.
Pretty sure it's this way.
Karma is coming in. They might be able to actually take the Underlord down with enough damage. They might be able to get it done. However, it's his entire team that's gonna show up across the gate. Karma will realize that going on towards DCMG was a mistake.
Top tower has fallen.
22 minutes in, an 11,000 net worth advantage. 4 minutes ago, it was,
Dire's
I believe, a 3 or 4,000 net worth advantage.
I go.
You fought and died.
Yeah, it was a 4,000 net worth advantage at 4 minutes ago. It's now 11,000. Really feels like,
top tower is under attack.
and it's not even the draft issue. It's just, honestly, Essence are playing out of their minds, playing as aggressive as possible. NSC, he does seem like he has wandered on a bit too far forward. He will go down. There is no pit to play with. However, Blue is going to come in. Drake will fall before the Terrorites can actually land, and Ken is going to get shackled down. The Lick is going to reposition him out of the pit, but Rapido will go down. And as the Ember uses the self-use to remnant himself out, he will be left for dead. Oh, that is brutal. That is just... Yeah, there's not too many ways to come back from that kind of a kill shot. You know, that is brutal. All 3 outer tier 2 towers have been claimed, or rather will be claimed, 24 minutes in. So now is, you know, just the moment
Dire's middle tower is under
where you either wait for the next Roshan or you keep on continuing to look for pickoffs, and if you find two pickoffs or more, you go high ground. But you don't go high ground without the Aegis or an advantage. Ursa is very weak on that high ground simply because of the fact that Ursa is a hero that jumps in and can wreak havoc, but only in a very limited area of where he blinks in. He's very easy to kite around, and you don't want to be in a position where you can't maneuver on the opposing high ground. It is super difficult.
Radiant are scanning.
Ken will find the remnant out. The pit slightly too preemptive. But Blue is going to go in. However, there is a Fiend's Gate that Ivory will have to contest with. They're trying to force the issue, but the Terrorize did not land in perfect time. Drake will go down. Rapido, as well as Karma, held in. Rapido will be licked back and will stay safe. But at the end of the day, every single time Ivory think about taking a fight, the gate's there. And every single time the gate's there, Ivory, they can't fight back. And keep in mind, this is all before the Scepter actually comes in for DCMG. Now they'll have the Scepter. It's flying in the courier. So when there's a pit that actually gets planted around the gate, that is an impossible scenario for Ivory to fight back with. It is the nature of the fact that you have 4 melee heroes. I spoke about this in the drop. This Underlord pick is honestly just really strong.
Of course.
Dragon Knight gets tossed up into the air. Karma does have a BKB, tries to fight back, has a Dragon Tail on top of the Ursa, and it's a good stun. Ivory, are they actually doing this? They'll be able to take NSC out. Lord Boons is in trouble, so is DCMG. They want DCMG though. They will lick him back and Karma will be able to acquire a double kill. Blue is also spotted out right now, rooted down by that maze and chased by Ivory. It's going to be all three cores falling for Essence once more. That is a huge net worth swing. That is a 5,000 net worth swing. Or rather, actually, it's a 7,000 net worth swing.
Radiant's top tower.
A 6,000. My math is bad, guys. I can't do anything about that. But it's a 6,000 net worth swing. 1,200 gold they lost. 4,700 gold Ivory gained. With the Dragon Knight getting about 1,600, everyone just went from rags to riches.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And this is suddenly scary. Because this is what I was talking about. You go high ground, you best be sure of whether or not you can take a fight. Essence went high ground without the Aegis, without a good advantage. And now the game is nearly 50-50. Karma will die here. There's no way he blinks out. Or rather, there's no way he TPs out of this. Not against the Basher. NSC will be able to acquire a quick kill. A great kill, in fact. But still, the point of no return has been crossed. The point of, can Ivory find a comeback? The answer went from very unlikely to absolutely possible.
Dire are scanning.
Let's do this.
No matter how many times you kill this Dragon Knight now,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
it's because of the fact Ken is incredibly farmed up too.
Is under attack.
Not incredibly, but he has a Sanj and Kaya. Right, just from the moment where that team fight happened and now. Slaughter, Rapido almost has a BKB. Drake has an Eels. Some of these items were not there before. And I see the Aegis is still, the Aegis is there. Guys, the NSC?
The rune of illusion.
Am I crazy? I don't think I am a bit crazy, but I don't think I'm insane, right? The Aegis is there. I can click it. I can read where NSC did no one realize the Aegis has not been picked up? Did they just leave the Aegis? Is this a 300 IQ play? I don't know. But what I do know is that Ivory will take this opportunity. They will make a play on towards Blue, who will go down. NSC, is he looking at his inventory? Is he thinking, why do I not have the Aegis? Because it's still there in the pit. NSC trying to run back. As the Underlord, he's not even gonna, no one wants to go for the Aegis. And this is Ivory's prime time. They will make a play towards DCMG. Ursa Warrior trying to run back. DCMG will end up going down too. As the Ursa, he will realize. He will realize. There we go. All is well suddenly in the world. Not really, because Lord Boons is dead too.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I don't even know what to say. I do not know what to say. Things like that happen. I mean, it's happened at TI, right? I mean, KYXY denied the Aegis from his team in the semi-finals of the international. So like these things happen to the best of pro players. Like, but might want to. Yeah, we will move on. Now, because they didn't have the Aegis,
Radiant's bottom
Ivory were able to take out Blue. They were able to take out the Underlord too. Suddenly, this Dragon Knight is now in possession of a Daedalus.
Leaves in
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
as the arrow flies.
Dire are scanning.
Underlord. Searing Chains are there. Are they trying to force the pit here? No, they actually want to force a fight here. Rapido tried to come in. BKBs are being activated from everyone as Rapido goes in for the bashes on towards NSC, and you can sense that Essence may be fearing for their lives, but no, they actually found the perfect shackle shot. Z3 coming in clutch. They are able to take them down. Ken, he has an additional remnant. He can use that, but won't be able to teleport out. Ivory going in for a very brazen play near the opponent's tier 3s, where the opponents you can teleport towards the tier 2, you can also teleport towards the tier 3, and you can essentially come at Ivory from both sides. Not to mention, Ivory did not have vision of the high ground from Essence.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
NSC looking to finish the job that he started.
Dire's bottom
Takes apart the barracks, still in possession. All in all, I mean, he still has the Aegis, you know. I'm just saying, it wasn't all that bad. Like, it all worked out in the end. They got their barracks, they still have the Aegis, they can push again, they're winning the game. Everything, you know, it comes in full circle.
Radiant are scanning.
Ivory, we're ready and waiting, but NSC jumped in first. There is a pit underway, BKBs to be activated as Karma tries to fight back, was able to take out Lord Boons. Terrorize is going to be effective, but NSC, remember, he has the Aegis. Rapido is not going to be able to remaneuver. Karma has to just try and turn things around. He will be able to go back. The Ember is also alive, with Rapido coming in with a buyback. Blue trying to run away, but the stun coming in from the Willow. Blue will go down, as even DCMG needs to be careful, but a great shackle shot coming in from Z3 once more. Truly the MVP of this game. However, Karma, he is going to make a play towards NSC and is able to take him out. Another shackle shot from Z3. These shackles are coming in absolutely clutch. However, Ken will take apart the Wind Ranger. Z3 cannot actually, or rather, can attempt to run. They've made quick work of the Underlord. Ken? Oh no, Z3 threw out the power shot and they will chase after him now. But the Gale Force is going to keep them back.
Radiant are scanning.
Again, going in for an Aghanim Scepter. Once he has that, the additional Remnant charge at the speed of the Remnants, he'll be able to reposition a lot faster. He'll be able to maneuver and potentially,
Dire are
I think, stick around in the team fights a whole lot longer.
Pretty sure it's
Z3, if they catch him first, he is going to be in big trouble. What? Karma missed the blink. He wanted to blink across. It's going to be Rapido who is going to get held in. He does steal the cheese and he uses it. However, Karma, he might be in trouble towards that backline. He activates his BKB and attempts to fight. But still, NSC does seem to have Karma under wraps. He is unable to reposition. Another great pit coming in, catching all of Ivory, but Karma still not dealt with. The Hurricane fights towards the side, but will end up going down. As Rapido, he is also isolated. All of Essence on top of him. Lord Boons is going to be left for dead, apparently. Ken will be able to take him out. Karma coming in with a buyback. They do catch Blue, but Karma needs to be very careful. If he falls here, it might just end up being the game. They catch Karma at the edge of the power shot, but they're more focused on Ken. They'll be able to find him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
18,000 net worth advantage.
Is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Rapido going in once more. You have to remember Karma is on his buyback, but NSC, he has a second life even if he falls over here. His first life is going to be forfeit. Drix stays alive. Rapido is on that front line trying to take out DCMG, who is incredibly low but still able to go on strong. Is able to reposition himself towards the back line and will teleport back to base. Meanwhile, he can come back with the Fiend's Gate if he really wants to.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under
NSC held in, or rather it was Drake who was held in. These pits, they are just simply too much AoE coming in from the Underlord.
top barracks are under attack.
of course. On it.
In essence, have almost equalized the series. All they really need is one good team fight. They have nearly acquired Mega Creeps. Only one barracks remaining. The same set of barracks that was remaining for Ivory as it struggled. But this doesn't seem like much of a struggle for Essence currently. It just seems like they're waiting for the correct opportunity more than anything else. DCMG in danger, is possibly going to fall, but an overgrowth, a pit of malice catching all the cores here. Ivory have lost their Dragon Knight, they will lose Rapido, and that should be it. But Ken, he wants to continue to fight. He still has the 3 heroes beside him, or rather 2 heroes beside him, but no, they will lose the appetite to continue. Drake will call GG. Ivory will give up the second game, and it will be Essence who will force a game number 3. Oh man, honestly, this particular series has been downright amazing. Team Essence versus Team Ivory. Low key, I kind of wish that I could see this series happen more. You know, it is a round robin format. You only play against the other team once. Kind of wish there was like more than one Essence versus Ivory series. But we might actually see it in the playoffs. Who really knows? For now, though, we have to decide on a winner. That is the more important one. These teams, both of these two teams, have fought tooth and nail, but only one can claim themselves as the better team today. Who will that be? Well, let's find out together as we will resume with EPL Southeast Asia. actually drop down even further in the group stage, one of them will at least be moving on up. Team Essence quite honestly dominated Ivory in that second game, despite of the fact that I thought Essence had the worst draft. Turns out I was proven wrong. Ivory actually had to fight tooth and nail to come out with the win in that game number 1. And it did seem like in that game number 2 as well, Ivory did find that leeway. They brought the win probability down from around 80 to around 54, which was honestly pretty impressive. They had the comeback, but couldn't keep it. Taking a look at this draft, though, Essence coming out with some strong laning heroes, Razor as their carry, Axe as their offlaner, and this will probably be that mid lane Tiny that they had last time around. But Ivory pick up the Ember Spirit, and honestly, if I were Team Essence right now, I would actually just switch this Tiny to a position 4 role and send the Razor down mid.
Radiant team ban.
Just honestly seems like it's a great like the matchup for against the Ember Spirit is just a no contest. Ember Spirit cannot stack up against the Razor on that mid lane. It is just impossible. But let's see what Essence
10
actually
seconds
want
remaining.
out of this.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Team Ivory going for their last ban is something, well, they'll have to wait for it.
10
Well,
seconds
we'll have to wait
remaining.
for it. They don't have to wait. They can actually just ban someone out right now. Maybe they should take out the Huskar, because honestly, Team Essence can just play the Huskar down towards that mid lane as well. It's the same thing. The Razor can go towards that safe lane, Huskar mid, Axe on the off lane, and again, it would be a bit brutal for Ivory. They must probably be thinking about it at the very least.
Radiant team ban.
No, Ivory will actually ban out that Dragon Knight, as they do seem to think that Essence will still pick up a mid lane hero. Perhaps they're right. Perhaps Essence will not send the Razor down towards the mid lane. It is a bit of a niche strat.
10 seconds.
I don't really see too many teams playing the mid Razor any longer. But teams do play the Huskar a lot more frequently now. It's considered less of a niche pick and more of not only a lane dominator, but someone that can actually win the mid game too. And Ivory don't have too much overtime damage. How are they supposed to burst through the armlet? The Tusk is single instances of damage with the Snowball, Ice Shards, and Wall Response. Ringmaster, overtime damage, some of it with the daggers. Wind Ranger has single instances of damage. And Ember Spirit is the only one with some decent overtime damage with the Flame Guard and Searing Chains. At the same time, Team Essence can also go for a Slaughter mid. So honestly, there are a lot of heroes that can dominate that mid lane available for Team Essence right now that also synergize with their current draft. The Huskar and the Slaughter both synergize. Razor's Eye of the Storm reduces the armor, Slaughter also reduces the armor, and Ivory's heroes are incredibly squishy. Not a single tank found amongst them. Oh. They will actually pick up the Underlord, a hero that Essence struggled against in that previous game. At the same time, it's not as strong of an Underlord game as it was in game number 2, simply because Essence have multiple ranged heroes. Ivory had 4 melee heroes that Essence capitalized on, and with this last pick, if it's going to be a mid lane hero, it is most likely going to be a ranged hero too. I think the Slaughter is less good now because of the Underlord pick, but a Huskar is still available in the pool, and there we go. Essence will go for the Huskar. They want to dominate this Ember Spirit all the way through. And now with this Huskar pick, or rather, it's actually going to be NSE on the Huskar. They want to dominate the Underlord as well as the mid lane. It will be a mid Razor. So I was right, just in the wrong way. I did initially say the Razor would be on the mid lane, so I suppose that is the same idea Essence have currently, and then NSC from the safe lane can
10 seconds.
essentially push Rapido out completely. I think Rapido will have to go back to the jungle to find his farm. I mean, just the Tusk plus the Underlord, both melee heroes, don't really do much to NSE. Add on to the fact that you'll also have that Decrepify and the Nether Blast, and oh man, they essentially do have it all, right? It's the strength of their mid game timing is just absurd. They have the Nether Blast to push out towers, they have the Huskar to push out the heroes with, and the Razor, in fact, and they have the Axe to set all of that up in case Ivory want to counter initiate. Hmm.
I don't think so.
Prepare for battle.
Taking a look at both of these two drops, so I do think that Essence are honestly do have the stronger draft. At the same time, there are ways that you can play around it. I mean, Karma is playing the Wind Ranger carry, and you can make it work. The Wind Ranger carry is actually pretty good in this game if you can focus fire the Huskar down with the amount of attack damage a core Wind Ranger will bring with the Shackle Shot facet, the Tangled facet, should be able to cut through the armlet easily enough. But that's a pretty big should, right? Because it's dependent on so many factors. It's dependent on the Axe not doing a single thing about it or being disabled from by the rest of your team. It's dependent on the Pugna not being able to land that Decrepify, which requires him to be disabled too. And it's also dependent on how much damage you're taking in from the Razor. A lot of dependencies, honestly.
The battle begins.
Was seeming like a level 1 fight, but it won't happen. Two and two bounty runes each will be the way that it ends up,
Could be worse.
and
Oh, wait, no, it couldn't. Could be worse.
we will see how the mid lane and the off lane for Ivory, what that's like, as Rapido was probably hoping for as good of an Underlord game as the previous one for Essence, but it's just not going to happen that way. Rapido is constantly going to get zoned out. He has fire of his own, but it's to farm, essentially. Teehee and Rapido already getting pushed back by NSE. As Lord Boons will pressure both of these two supports, or rather both the support as well as the Underlord, as much as he can. This should be a lane that theoretically Essence should dominate. Who knows how it's actually going to play out practically, because it's dependent on, again, quite a few factors, including any potential rotation coming in from that top side. Speaking of the top side, it's currently going to be DCMG zoned back by Drick and his tag team. The tag team plus the focus fire, again, it's a deadly combo. It won't come in handy now, but once you hit the level 6 on the Wind Ranger, it's certainly going to be a big question mark on who can possibly survive that. I don't think anyone really can, unless you build up a blade mill. Then that would change things. And you can build up a blade mill. Blue can go for one, Axe can go for one, and even the Huskar can actually go for one. So you can have multiple blade mill setups for your team against the focus fire. Teehee needs to be careful. NSE actually did not go back for Teehee. Blood Grenade is going to slow Teehee down. Nether Blast is going to be there, but Lord Boons actually has... well, Teehee is slowed down by the Blood Grenade, but the Blood Grenade doesn't slow you down that much, if I'm not mistaken. It's a 15% slow, which will wear away in about 1 second. So after that, Teehee should be able to move. Lord Boons is going to unleash, I'd say, 2 more hits, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough damage. He has 60 damage per hit, so he needs 3 hits at the minimum to take the Ringmaster down. But he's going to send 1 hit out right now, because he is mid-animation to the hit. We'll see. We'll see what becomes of Teehee's fate.
I do not thank.
I think that means try reconnecting, but I have no idea. Not that I don't have an idea if it'll fix it. I don't know if it'll fix it, but I have no idea what
Could be worse.
that translates to.
Oh, wait, no, it couldn't. I don't think so.
Hmm.
Wait. Hello, tôi ổn đó, hello.
Game is still paused. We're waiting to resume into it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wind Ranger, nice shackle shot coming in, but the Centaur stun actually helps out DCMG. Z3 will block the camp. Actually, he is trying to figure out where the other sentry is. He will realize that it's on the other side. Only if he spots it out, though. I think he did. He didn't. So this sentry is going to get dewarded free of cost. A wasted sentry placement by the Tiny. And I think they saw that because of the creep wave. Drake most definitely did see that sentry. It will be Ken who'll actually take the Razor down. Oh, that was very unexpected. How did Ken make that happen? And that too on Blue's own high ground. I thought the Razor might have been pushing too deep into the Ember, but no. Blue was just simply outplayed and has been getting outplayed the entire laning phase. I just noticed this. 11 lost hits for the Razor, 22 for Ken. He's clearly brought his A game or his S tier game. Who really knows what Ken is on right now for him to dominate a Razor like this, playing a melee hero. I have quite honestly not really seen too many Razors struggle against this kind of a basic matchup. All you have to do is, honestly, all you have to do is land your static link. That is, and it's over for the Ember Spirit. But I suppose he doesn't actually want to max out his static link. And you kind of need to, because unless you max out your static link, you don't dominate the mid lane. Because of the fact that static link is 44 seconds in cooldown. So unless it's level 5, you're level 5 and it's a 28-second cooldown, you can't spam it. A 28-second cooldown means that... I'll have to hold that thought. Rapido. It's actually going to be Z3 coming in with an avalanche and will toss up Teehee, who will go down too. So NSE will end up with a double kill on the Huskar. So at least one lane is going as Essence expected. And the reason why the level 3 static link is so good is because of the 28-second cooldown. Creep spawn every 30 seconds. So that means your static link will be available every other creep wave. It'll take 30 seconds for the creep waves to show up. It's DCMG. Again, very low. Drick went back. Not too sure why he did that, but the win run will allow Karma to actually catch up to DCMG, and he should go down to a few more hits. He does survive for a surprisingly long amount of time, and it will take Ken to Remnant in to secure the kill. Blue.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire
Z3.
are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ken will
Curry has been
potentially, no, he won't be getting caught. He's actually here to try and catch people, so I think the idea is that his team will show up. But I don't think he's expecting the Razor. Blue will also show up. He uses the static link as Ken goes down. The Tusk, Drake, trying to make his escape, should be able to find it, but the Plasma Field is there. Unleashed by Blue, catches Drake and the edge as Drake will fall to the last hit. Nicely done by Blue, making a significant recovery back into the game. Ken's movement, though, I'm surprised he chose to brute force his way through over here without the majority of his team nearby in either case. There was no Fiend's Gate for Rapido, so he couldn't come in. He's still a full level away. He can't actually stand in the lane. So this was, I think, an overly ambitious effort coming in from the Ember Spirit. But he's still at it again, and this time around, it is a perfectly ambitious play from Ken. Able to acquire and secure a double kill with the help of Teehee, of course, but at the end of the day, his earlier death does not matter if he is the one that ends up securing 2 kills right after he respawns.
Dire's
You can see it reflected in the net worth as he is at the very top by a significant margin.
under attack.
Looks like he wants to go at it again. DCMG uses the Berserker's Call, but the focus fire alongside the tag team is going to be there. Decrepify, though, from Lord Boons will keep Axe safe. DCMG will be able to reposition NSE, meanwhile, wants to make quick work of Karma, but Karma is able to at least readjust and will have an additional win run. The question is, does he use the win run or does he teleport away? It's going to be the win run. Lord Boons, though, will be able to decrepify Karma, and Blue will come in from the side and secure the kill. And go back to farm
Radiant's
on the mid lane if he wants to, but no, they will decide to go back to the fountain. Axe picked up. Still quite a few ways before either side come up with a significant advantage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
NSE almost has that armlet built up.
Of course.
D3, as well as Blue, do get picked up. Wheel of Wonder is going to be there that catches both of them. Teehee may have fallen, but Blue is still going on strong for some reason. Ken wasn't able to clear him out, and with a life drain coming in from Lord Boons, Blue is going to be more than healthy. Running away, but to the wrong side of the base, or rather, the wrong side of the map. Another Searing Chains from Ken will mean his end. Teehee set that one up perfectly for Ivory, as the Huskar, even NSE is going to fall. Arm died trying to toggle the armlet. Will be able to take out Rapido as he dies, but this is not good enough from Essence because they are playing against the clock, and one of the key requirements for any Huskar game is so that they are able to get the advantage. Currently, they don't possess any kind of an advantage. It's Ken who has the vessel. On the other hand side, Blue doesn't have too much to his name. He just has an arcane boost and a headdress.
Got it.
Dire are scanning.
Z3. Shackle down. Will be brought to heal. 2,000 net worth advantage for Ivory currently. And where in the previous game they had, Essence had an Ursa, and they could tell that they will hit a massive power spike soon. That doesn't exist for this current game. Their power spikes are gradual. NFC has one with the arm that clearly that's not enough.
Bottom tower.
Blue's power spike is going to be his Guardian Greaves, but that's going to be so long from now. Another Wheel of Wonder sent out Lord Boons, as well as Blue actually taunted. Then that means Rapido is going to come in through the gate. Teehee was sent flying towards the Razor and will end up going down. It's a pit planted down on towards Z3 as Ken wants to secure the kill. Has a Searing Chains in about 1 second. Z3 will go down. A Searing Chains planted. You do have DCMG coming in. Unfortunately, DCMG was not able to land the call. Ken just went away, ending up with a triple kill, and even DCMG, who did come in, is going to be in massive amounts of danger. Ken coming in repeatedly with the Searing Chains, able to essentially push everyone from Essence back. In the end, DCMG will not go down, but it'll come at a brutal cost to Essence. They've lost their mid laner, they've lost the Tiny as well as the Pugna.
Middle tower is under attack.
3,000 advantage right now for the side of Ivory. And all Essence really got was one Ringmaster. Blue now will come in. With the Wind Run though will enable both of those heroes to escape, as you do have them go in, but the Eye of the Storm is too much for them to contend with. Ken will go down, drops his wicked 6 streak. And because there is no kill shot facet, none of the power shot targets actually falter.
Every coin helps.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ken once more does Remnant out. But the earlier losses, the wicked 6-3 going the other way, essentially negated the entire lead Ivory were building up. Razor is now fully back in this game.
Dire's middle tower has
Ken
fallen.
is in trouble, did get tossed up into the air. Z3 will go down, or rather, no. Z3 was the one who sent the Ember up into the air. Ken is the one that will go down. And honestly, I feel like the strategy Ivory were going with, but by just playing aggressive all the way constantly, is not working out when they don't group up. I do not know what running at Essence achieves for Ivory's side. They need to slow their roll, slow their pace. The Wind Ranger is having a good game. The Rapido is having a good game. All things considered, in a lane against a Huskar, this is a great game for Rapido. Considering Ken was against a Razor as an Ember Spirit, it's a great game for Ken. But just need to be patient. Because the onus of winning the game early is completely on the side of Essence. They will run out of patience, and you just have to capitalize on that. Teehee, he'll send out the wheel of wonder. The pit is going to be there as well, and the Razor will come in. However, Z3 will actually toss the Huskar in, and NFC in the midst of everyone from Ivory. Snowball is going to be there, and it does seem like NFC will be able to pick up the kill on at least Drake. Another toss coming in slows down both Rapido as well as Teehee, as they will go down one by one to the dunks.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
That was a interesting toss in. It did do quite a lot of damage, set it up for the kill, but it did look like NSC may have gone down at that moment. Unfortunately, there was no Ember Spirit, there was no Wind Ranger. And it just feels like Ivory are playing uncoordinated after playing so well coordinated. Like the first 10 minutes of the game were so well coordinated, but then these past 3-4 minutes have just been completely all over the place.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Drake is going to get hit by the avalanche. Z3 will catch up to him. DCMG
Middle tower.
waiting for the call. Will be able to find it, and Drake should just get... Oh, rather, DCMG missed the dunk.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's not really a big problem. I mean, the dunk will come off of cooldown soon.
is under attack.
But Ken is... Rather was trying to pressure... Or rather, no, it's pressure towards the middle lane. It's pressure on blue. Immediately, the Torpedo will come in through the gate, and they will actually catch Clips Blue at the edge of the pit. Power shot is going to come in, and one more side of fist will mean Blue's end. However, C3 comes in with a response life break on top of Teehee, who has the escape act. So Ivory are actually all fine. NSC goes down, so too does Lord Moons. Z3, the only one remaining, is not going to have any recourse, as he will be the last one to fall. Ivory this will put them significantly ahead, as they will be able to acquire Roshan. They have the tag team. Sure enough, they don't have the focus fire, but the tag team is more than enough. And at the end of the day, against, when you have a Huskar on your team, you want to be the ones to take Roshan. That is one of the big power spikes, one of the big timings for a Huskar. And because they didn't go for Roshan, it's going to be an Aegis for Ivory's side. And now the tables have turned. The rules have been reversed. It is Ivory with a convincing lead over the other side, over Essence. And
The rule of invisibility.
Tormentor is going to be picked up by Drake. Essence are going to be too late to the party. Maelstrom, Dragonlance at the ready for Karma, and he is going for a okay. The Hurricane Pike in this game is actually pretty solid, honestly, because you want to reposition against the Razor, reposition against the Call, against the Huskar's Life Break, against the Avalanche Toss, against the... honestly, the Hurricane Pike is good against every single hero on the other side. I would imagine that they should be getting more of these, more force-offs on their team. As the Ringmaster, he has prioritized the aggression, has gone for the Blink Dagger. Ken does have the Sanj and Kaya.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
D3, he's actually going to go forward for the Avalanche. It does clip Ken too, but in the end, Rapido will actually use the gate. Tier 2 tower has been acquired, so they have gotten what they came for. Ideally, they'll just go back now.
The rule of illusion.
Blue. You can steal this static link. You can steal damage away from the illusions as well. You can also steal mana from illusions. From the lion. The mana drain no longer, well, it's not done that for a while. It doesn't kill illusions for a while, but so then now you steal mana rather than illusions. So there are some decent interactions with that. Blue, Wheel of Wonder is there, but it did not catch him. Neither did the Shackle coming in from Karma. However, Z3 is going to catch Karma with the Avalanche and the toss. The DCMG is going to finish the Wind Ranger with a dunk, but there is a second life on that Wind Ranger. As he comes back, he's actually held in by Drick's own shards. He'll Hurricane Pike himself out. NSC, though, needs to be very careful about this. Focus Fire has been unleashed on NSC, so he can't actually go back in. It's DCMG who is in incredible danger. Tusk is coming in with the shards. DCMG will end up going down. Lord Boons, he might just end up getting shackled Ken. Won't see him, but it's actually going to be Z3 who will go for the toss. These tosses, they've not been working out. Blue will come in from the side on towards Teehee, but this is a problem. Blue can't stand his ground against the Wind Ranger all by himself. He needs his team beside him. Will Manta dodge away and lead himself back to safety? But again, Ken just holding that front line, able to take out NSC. Z3 will buy back into this, but he needs to really be careful of where he's going in to toss and who he's actually tossing back. The Ember Spirit needs to throw a remnant at you to use the Searing Chains if he's not using the Sleight of Fist. But if you toss the Ember Spirit back, then he can use the Searing Chains on you and he can remnant away. It gives him this the setup that he would otherwise not have, because with one remnant charge, you can't use it to plant the Searing Chains down, because then you don't have an escape.
Dire are scanning.
NSC, unfortunately, got caught right outside of his base. And it's Teehee who will get caught very far away from his base. Ken does have the shield rune, so it's impossible to break through his shield. They will just have to disengage. Blue, or rather Ken, will end up going back. $8,000 of a lead right now for Team Ivory, 27 minutes in. It's not the biggest lead to overcome, but the only problem is, how are they going to overcome it? Blue is itemizing like a core, like a carry razor now. He doesn't have that Mantis style. He's going for the BKB. Later on, he'll go for the Satanic. So this is good. Gives them that late game contingency plan. As Essence will go for a Smoke of Deceit play.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shrine of Wisdom is going to be stolen away by Ken. He'll hit his level 18 at the back of this, and he has the Aghanim Scepter too. They see Rapido, they know exactly where he is, and they will make a play on him. Rapido, honestly, is going to be a goner. No! It's going to be the Drake difference maker coming in to the top. Snowball saved. Even the dunk did not clean him out. It's K-Pack coming in from Teehee as they keep Rapido going. Ivory will collapse upon Essence and wipe them out. Z3 will be the second lost casualty as Blue fights back with a static link. But the Wind Ranger has the win run. In the end, it is going to be a full team wipe. And even though you did take down Rapido, it took so darn long because of Drake coming in with the Snowball and then Teehee coming in with that tag team escape act. Truly a work of art when Ivory play with synergy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan up once more, and they also have the focus fire coming in. With the tag team, this Roshan should melt. But the roar disarms the Wind Ranger.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They need someone else to come in. He does come in with the mechanism, so it should provide an additional buffer. And another tag team, Unleashed Focus Fire, is going to run out. The rest of Essence are going to respawn, but Roshan has already fallen low enough that Ivory will acquire the second Aegis as well as the banner. Arcane Rune on the deck.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, instead of denying, he should just take the rune. Oh, okay, he's leaving it for Ken.
Radiant
He's coming in with the bottle. Has the Veil of Discord, so that extra 10% increased magical damage is going to matter. Especially when playing a magic damage Ember Spirit. Psychic Headband coming in handy for Z3. Although I don't think Ken was going to press the issue there. The tower was standing. Unfortunately, they will press the axe repeatedly until he dies. Blue is gonna get stuck. Wheel of Wonder, again, not really gonna land, but it is going to be a Rapido coming in with the pit that catches the Tiny. Z3 has limited room to maneuver, but he does manage to toss Ken back. NSE does not have that Aghanim Scepter, though he went back for the BKB, and at the end of it all, the Essence are still going to get wiped out. It's another pit coming in by Rapido, and it's impossible to get out of that position. Essence will once again get team wiped, and this time around, they don't take a single hero down. Not even the Aegis will drop.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Daedalus up for Karma. Banner has been placed down, so it seems like they will decide to make a play for the barracks. But there is a Fiend's Gate coming in. Ken isn't nearby though.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And so that banner is going to get taken down. They let the banner go. They had 2 more minutes of the Aegis. I'm not sure why they dropped the banner there if they didn't intend on going for the barracks. But any kind of breathing room for Essence is, I mean, they're going to be happy with that. Blue almost has that BKB. Maybe once he does, Wheel of Wonder? Oh, rather no, it is a full-on play. Coming in from Ivory, Blue will get Gleipnir down, has the Manta style, so he can't dislodge it at any point. He's waiting for Ken's Searing Chains, but it's not going to come out. NSC, though, he will fall towards that bot lane, as there are fights happening all across the board, but none of them are fights that Essence are winning.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Think so.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Wind Ranger will be able to acquire super creeps, at least towards that bot lane. Has around 50 seconds left with that Aegis, so the question then becomes, does Karma want to go for the barracks? Oh, well, I suppose DCMG will answer that.